have to run out of power right now. And we are live! Sorry guys for about a minute or two late. I had a bunch of technical issues that got to fix. Let me get that all sorted. Oh, look at all these beautiful people we have. Let me pop open the chat and let me also fix my camera. Ray, good to glad to have you. V, good to glad to have you. Light, good to glad to have you. Raven, good to glad to have you. How are you doing? I'm doing okay. Little low energy, but glad to be spending time with all y'all guys. Let me get all my different stuff set up. Sorry, forgive me here. Oh, let me fix my hair. Okay. Let's see, webcam. Figure, right now I'm like 30 FPS and it looks like shit. Bump up my camera just a bit. Oh man, that's weird. I thought I had taken care of my hair and stuff today. Look a little bit frumpy, forgive me. Okie dokie doke. Let me pop into the Discord. Hey guys!
Hey Elio!
Hey Elio!
Ooh, let me turn you guys down a little bit. Sorry, I forgot to preemptively get some stuff set up, so I'm currently doing that on the fly.
What do you think of,
how dare you
your
be...
Dragoon Glam?
Let me look at it. Looking good. Everyone's looking good. Very Valkyrie-esque.
Thanks.
Okay, Althea. Ooh, I keep trading people instead of inviting them. So today, for anyone who's joining us who doesn't aware, which I assume everyone is, we are going to be doing mount farming. I'm doing it on Elio now, so honestly, anything and everything works perfectly fine for me. If people want to do gwibs, I'm down for that. We may need a couple more bodies just to hit up. Well, I guess, actually, we can probably accomplish most of the gwibs even with just 6. But for anyone who's in chat who would like to join us, we are on Crystal Curl. If anyone from Discord would like to join us, we are on Crystal Curl. I will pop an LFG real quick. Is everybody here good for gwib farming?
Yep.
Could be. I'm just double checking I have my correct food.
Good.
All I need is the Hades Gwib, and then I have completed them.
Hot damn.
And I have 76 of his totems.
Oh god.
Jesus Christ. Great googly moogly. Infinite, good to glad to have you. Let me do a final check, making sure everything's okay. Let me also close down my 3D printing software. Oh, hi, Deadpool. You just keep breaking in today.
Whoppers.
You guys want to see the? You guys want to see the boy? He was at the hospital until yesterday. He had pancreatitis. Deadpool, come here, bud.
Oh
Oh,
no,
hi.
baby.
Come here. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oofda. Oh, your breath smells terrible.
He's so cute.
Sorry, I can't give you treats, bud. You can only eat very specific food, bland foods right now. I know. He keeps breaking into my room scrounging for food because he's very hungry. You also may notice that his belly was shaved because they had to do an ultrasound on him. Okay, okay, Z's joining us. That's good. Oh, let me start us up over on Twitch, too. I know technically our Twitch viewership's, like, 0-on-0, but that's better to at least have that going. So we'll wait for Z to arrive, and then we'll get going from here. I guess, so actually, so we have one person who needs Hades. Who needs, what does everyone else need for gwibs?
Yes.
I have no gwibs, so.
That's very fun.
Okay.
This movie looks so sick.
I have 2. I only have Titania and See the Sacrifice.
Okay. Well, honestly, that's good because Seed of Sacrifice takes probably the most learning. I actually don't know how bad is Hades these days. Do you still need to know how to do
Yes.
La Habrea?
Yes, you still need to do the La Habrea and Igiorm as well as the meteors. If you do not have the meteors, it is a disaster.
Okay.
So I have Faye, Innocent, and Ruby Guivers.
Okay.
I will say it is good that you have Seed of Sacrifice, because that's the most difficult of all of them, in my opinion.
Yeah, that one you just kind of have to know certain mechanics.
You also
See,
need.
even now, it's not even that bad. You just need to know like clocks, and that's it.
Sorry, Dimple keeps breaking down the door, so I have to shut it.
Oh.
Okay. I would say, if it's okay, are you okay us doing Hades maybe a little bit later and instead prioritizing the ones that are a little bit easier to, like Ruby Weapon or Ruby Diamond? Well, I guess Emerald does actually require people to kind of know. For some reason, I think of Emerald as way easier than Hades, despite the fact that Emerald technically has more that you actually have to... Oh, there's Chris.
Ironically, I see Emerald as being easier than Hades as well.
Yeah. It's just that, like, there's more... I don't want to say it's more tight, but there's a longer period in which you need to do things correctly in Hades compared to Emerald Weapon, which is just orbs at the beginning, and then after that kind of, jazz hands your way through the rest.
But yeah, we can...
There's Zilva?
Yeah, we can help others out. After all, that's only my last whip. Everybody else has more that they need than I.
Cool. I mean, once we get going, I'm sure I'd be happy to. I just haven't done Hades since I got the Gwib on Lend, though. I guess I'm gonna have to learn on Elio anyways. Okay. So who here has Ruby Weapon?
I do.
Yes.
Okay, Dest. Was that Dest and Althea or
Yeah.
V or who? Okay. Dest, V. Okay, but it looks like. If you're okay, let's warm up on Ruby Weapon just for a little bit.
Also, I'm ready. I didn't see the ready check. My apologies.
All good. Yeah, and Luminar, yeah, like you said, you have all the haze. I just the thing about Ruby Weapon is that, well, and also I may not even have it on Elio, so let me go grab it.
I may need to drop from it to go and unlock because I'm.
No. I mean, I have to go unlock it too. So
okay.
Yeah, I can hear you. And I mean, all we have to do is we just have to go to the locks and talk to the guy. I'm pretty sure that's
Yeah.
all it takes.
And you can pick up all the weapons from there.
Field trip to the locks.
Yeah. It's funny. We were at during book club last night. We were spending time at the locks because we were talking about the Fifth Astral Era. So we're talking about Scala. One of the things that Cripp noticed is that the Anadeum Ol and the Anadeum A were created by the Scalans to basically, I don't know, worship / commiserate the drowning of the city of Scala, but we don't actually know whether the city of Scala was drowned because of the Fifth Astral Era flood or what exactly led to it being in the state it is. It might have even been prior to that during the War of the Magi. Okay, I'm gonna do the guy's voice just for the sake of it. Of late, all I can think about is weapons. I channel this passion into crafting homages of my favorite war machina, which is more than a mere hobby. It is the wind in my sails.
I didn't sign up for this.
Can you tell me about the Ruby Weapon? The Ruby Weapon, a fine choice. Please allow me a moment to prepare. I mean, he's got that energy, right? We all agree.
Yes.
You're right.
You should give that voice
Feast
to the
your
train
eyes.
guy.
Oh, yeah, that would be fair. Feast your eyes on the likeness of the Crimson Conqueror, the Vermilion Villain, the Scarlet Scoundrel, the one and only Ruby Weapon. As I am sure you remember, its more prominent characteristics were its impregnable armor plating, accurately depicted here in its long flexible claws, which are, well, you'll just have to imagine those for now. The head and arched neck are somewhat reminiscent of the ravenous void scent, which may be the result of having absorbed a primal, possibly even one summoned by those resisting the Empire. In that sense, it could be considered an ally of sorts.
Of sort.
Now he just talks your ear off. Elio just like, uh-huh. Yeah, there I go. I'm getting carried away as usual. I can tell you've absorbed about as much information as your puny mind can handle for now. So why don't we fire up the real virtual combat simulation Experiencer? You best brace yourself because I don't even know what's going to happen. Fucking the heart of Sabine kicks in.
Oh gosh, I just noticed that his model is a little slumped over.
Yep, it's got the... I actually think... Let me look at it real quick, but I have a suspicion that his model actually might be a modified version of the zombie model, the mummy model, like the mummy animation, because it has the mummy models have the exact same hunch, and like the arms are slightly maneuvered differently, but it's basically the same animation loop.
He's got that.
Okay, I'm gonna get Emerald Weapon and... Yeah. I'm gonna get Emerald and Diamond real quick just because we may do them. Why, yes, of course, just a moment, please. Oof, gods be good, this weighs tons. Perhaps I should have used lighter materials.
Almost certain.
But then it would have been in... Sorry, go ahead.
Said almost certain.
So, what do you think? It's every bit as terrifying as the foe you faced. Behold, the malevolent Malachite Marauder, the vicious Viridian Villain, the Gementoous Jade Giant. Actually, perhaps not the last one. Anyways, it's the Emerald Weapon. I assure you I spared no expense in making it as true to life, so to speak, as possible. The information we received regarding its design revealed several starting to leak details. Perhaps most surprising of all were the free-floating manipulators of hands, if you prefer, which allowed it to attack from multiple angles simultaneously. We even learned from their positioning was based on tactics used by Gaius himself when he led an Imperial invasion of Werlit. By surrounding the target, they are able to bombard it from all sides while keeping it pinned down. Not only that, but the Emerald Weapon was able to perfectly replicate Gaius' renowned Terminus Est gunblade technique, though on a much larger scale. I wish I could have been there to see it myself. Ooh, you're so lucky. Goodness me, all this talking has made me rather parched. Uh-huh. But before I pour myself a nice glass of local arak, I think it's time for us to fire up the real virtual combat simulation Experiencer to see what wonders it can conjure. Anything could happen, so don't say I didn't warn you. I will never get tired of that musical theme.
It's good.
Castrum Marinum. Now accessible. And y'all have an immediate favorite trial theme? So it will say specifically trials, not raids, not just like just trials.
Specifically from Shadowbringers or across the board?
Across the board.
Emanation.
I'll let you think on it while I read the Diamond Weapon real quick.
Probably see the sacrifice.
See the sacrifice to the edge is so good.
Yeah.
It's so good.
I
An
also
excellent choice.
haven't done all of them.
oh, sorry, go ahead.
So.
Well, okay, I guess that, you know, maybe all of a sudden it turns out you'll really love the Suzaku one or what have you.
Suzaku's pretty good.
I love the second phase of Suzaku's a lot. There's also like a remix of it online that's just fire. Okay, last one. Here it is, the most formidable of all weapons, one that requires no introduction. Having said that, I'll give it one regardless. Let me begin with its alternate name, AEWIZ. Like the other models, it's an anti-icon war machine, and the I is a numeral indicating that it belongs to the first series of prototypes. Z seems to imply that it's the final version. This is merely conjecture on my part, but the Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald weapons appear to have been designed from the outset to gather data for making improvements to the Diamond weapon. But that's not all. The Diamond weapon was equipped with a certain element that the other models lack. This enabled it to reach its final, perfected state, but it's the nature of this element that troubles me. Even after reading the reports, I'm still having trouble coming to terms with the sacrifice made in the name of a weapons project. Perhaps we should give a moment of silence for the young lives lost. I was planning to give this sculpture to the people of Wurlit as a reminder of the brave souls whose deeds eventually led to independence from the Empire. As with my previous works, the sculpture can also be used to reenact your encounters with the weapon. I hope it'll prove useful in preparing for whatever the future holds in store. Okay. Cloud Deck Extreme, now accessible. Sweet. Okay, let me catch up on chat real quick. Honestly, I had more problems with Nabrialis personally because the tank was screwing up the ancient Sneeza. Yeah. Somehow the weapons aren't as covered as they used to be. Yeah. Hey V, where did you get that leaf umbrella? It's okay. Oh yeah, you get that from the Alola.
Yeah, it's Aloe drop.
Oh sorry, I keep saying Alola. That is Pokemon. Aloe.
Don't worry, I've been saying the same thing too, and I have to correct myself too.
I'd have several nickels. If I had a nickel for every boss that doesn't have legs, I'd have 2 nickels, which is not a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice. I mean, there are also quite a few bosses that we could argue whether or not they we even consider it. Like,
Zodiark.
Does Zodiark have legs?
No, it's got tentacles. But we don't need to say
Right,
anything
but it's
more.
I was also thinking scientist from Simpsons. I went Sapphire Weapon Coffer, yeah. As a speaking of clip, I did indeed Lala fall asleep during the end, but do not worry, I already was in bed by then. Good. Have I ever told you I was never able to finish Cloud Deck EX because of Lad? No. That's a tough one. Off the top of my head, what Angels Wake Me, it is very Fae, and it is very, like, Pixie.
I do love Angels Wake Me.
I like that one though. Yeah.
I'm
At first it annoyed the hell out of me, but just like, I really like this.
It definitely grew on me after running the Extreme.
You know, what's funny, the one that weirdly enough grew on me a lot is actually in some ways To the Edge. The first time I heard it, I was so used to like Shadow Bringers and like it being like full banger, and To the Edge is a banger, but it's a little more subdued through most of it. But when you like listen to the lyrics and realize it's also a version of the Amaranthine theme being played out, it like all the other, like the more you learn about To the Edge, the more it like hits hard.
I don't know if we want me healing this by myself. Just as no.
Oh,
I've only,
I believe in you.
I'm sure.
This
We've
is the first time I've done this.
We've got a red mage. We're fine.
I will explain it.
Yeah.
So we're gonna.
I also don't know
because we're on 8. Okay, so I'm gonna explain it. So because we're on 8 people, we're actually gonna be skipping like the vast majority of mechanics. The only thing you guys really need to know is there's gonna be a part where he's gonna summon 3 circles around him, and those circles are gonna rotate out from him. What you need to do is stand to the left of the anus. And what I mean by that is, if you think about the circles as a Venn diagram, the point in which they intersect creates a butt, and you want to stand in the middle of the intergluteal crease, the place between the buttocks, and then a little bit to the left, and you'll basically always be able to avoid the getting hit by the rings as they span out.
That is the weirdest thing I have heard from a boss description, but you know what? It fits.
Oh yeah, okay, this is perfect. Yeah, thank you, Des. So like, if where these rings intersect right here, see, then you would just stand a little bit to the left, basically.
Okay.
And that's really all you have to do for the first phase. For the second phase, there really is only one mechanic, and that is there are going to be 2 adds that get summoned. One that is blue, one that is red. If you have a red debuff, you need to attack the blue enemy. If you have a blue debuff, attack the red enemy.
Omega
That's.
And whoever has
Right,
aggro on the other, separate them.
Yes, and make sure they're not standing too close to each other. Luckily, they spawn apart from each other, so you basically just have to make sure you're standing on them, roughly. Again, because we have full stack of 8 and mostly DPS, we're going to skip the vast majority of this. If there are any questions, feel free to ask them. I know it's weird, but Ruby really is he. Well, both the pilot and the Overstar are female. Yeah, it is weird that is an interesting thing that's considered that way. Okay, nothing on Twitch. Cool, so don't have to worry about that. Okay, we will be counting down.
I have to say, in terms of trial themes, I've been thinking about it, and I love the Hades theme, but I also really love your answer.
Oh, that one's so good. One of our FC mates was just finishing Endwalker for the first time today, right before this started, and I got to take them through the final day.
Ooh, nice.
Okay, here's the question. What's your favorite dungeon theme that you think most people forget about? Or like that you don't think like is a common pick for a favorite dungeon theme?
Doma Castle.
About that one.
That one's
Yeah.
Oh
fun.
yeah, that one's funky.
Okay,
Got the
here's
shamisen
the
going.
anus thing.
And then just DPS them down. Honestly, I actually think even Ruby Weapon, like if we synced it down, is actually a really fun fight. I think it's a really like good. If you wanted to get someone good at EXs but wanted an intro to EX that still has personal responsibility, I think Ruby Weapon would be a good one. Matoya's Relic, yep. Do orchestral arrangement themes count? Yeah, I think so. I feel like my favorite is the Land Long Dead, which is the burn theme.
Yeah.
It's very
Pretty good
Final
one.
Fantasy X. It's also a version of the Praetorium theme.
Yep.
Which I love.
Body horror incoming. Ugh.
Bad way to go. It is interesting because we were talking about this last night with the Orosite data that they were collecting. She does say Van Darnus, not Deus Darnus, so it really must have been from up to the point at the crossroads above Kurthis when the data was collected, which makes sense. I don't know why they would have collected it from her spirit form. Okay, look for your debuff. Blue attacks red, red attacks blue. Try to DPS them down as fast as you can. And then just beat the crap out of her. Do you get memories of doing Coils Infinite? Is that why your fight or flight kicks in? Tsukuyomi's Pain is a great or good orchestral arrangement, for sure. I mean, Wayward Daughter is also just a fire trial theme.
Shiva's theme is also really good.
Mm-hmm. Oblivion.
Yes.
Okay, but Return to Oblivion.
I agree, but Return to the Oblivion is partly as good as it is as a callback to Oblivion.
Plus,
Oblivion is very
plus
end.
we're mostly talking about like trials and stuff.
Yeah.
I wasn't really thinking about raids.
Yeah. That's one of the reasons that I took raids off the table, because then it becomes like there's just so many. Like, okay, Scream, why do you take home so many of the awards?
I love Scream so much.
Okay. Honestly, okay, we did a run of Cinder Drift, and there's a lot of like interest stuff in there. I'm just gonna say let's keep going down. Let's do one of each of the weapons, just so people at least know how to do them, in case you want to do them in your own time, and also keep things fresh. Yeah, Coils too, but also sounds menacing as hell. Yeah. Yeah.
This one
White
we
Raven
need,
is
This one we need clocks, right? Or relative spread
Correct.
positions. Okay.
yes. Did you guys spend your last million gil on Return to Oblivion? Is it a problem? No, I actually got Return to Oblivion naturally on Lend.
I don't even have Return to Oblivion.
Honestly, farming Eden now is a lot is so manageable. Like even just doing E12S with a group of 8 is really easy. I mean, it's not really easy, but it is like super approachable. Do you guys remember? AC, what are you talking about? Loppert's doing a cover of Scream? Did I miss something? Okay, so everyone get around this. Take a clock position around this.
Do people know what
doesn't
we mean
necessarily-
by
doesn't-
clock position? Okay.
Cool. So here's what's gonna happen. Basically, at a certain point pretty early in the fight, he's gonna summon a bunch of orbs. Those orbs need to be eaten as a pair. You two people have to eat them together or you die. We're also gonna eat one orb that's one color, and then the other orb, which is the opposite color. So, you know, there will be blue and yellow orbs. You have to eat one blue and one yellow, or one yellow and one blue.
I'm getting Nabrialis
The thing
flashbacks.
is that... I'm sorry?
I'm getting Nabrialis flashbacks.
Yeah, like Chrysalis and stuff. But they're basically set up in a circle in a very consistent pattern. And what will basically happen is we're either gonna have to rotate clockwise or counterclockwise. Now, sadly, there isn't a perfect way to know which way you're supposed to rotate unless you pay attention to the people around you. So, for instance, if your first orb is blue and you have two yellows, one on your left, one on your right, you could go either way. But what you have to do is kind of look around you to see which direction the people around you have to go. I will try to call what direction to rotate, but also just try to pay attention to your allies. But remember, you have to eat the orb together. So let's say me and Althea were a pair. We have to be about at least this close when the orb explodes in order for it to count. We don't have to be like directly on each other, though it helps to try and stay close together. But if like she touched it and I was over here, it may not go off. Enter cards, rotate clockwise to partner. Yes. So for instance, me and Ray will be pairs. Althea and Zilva will be a pair. Luminar and Chris will be a pair, and Destin V will be a pair. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Okay.
To help
I'm gonna throw a ready check in case.
To help you too,
Go ahead.
it would also help to maybe focus target your partner so you don't forget.
Yes. And I will also, to make people's lives easier, let's see, I don't think I have it on Elio. No, I don't have. But we'll throw up cardinal positions. And then, so Dest and V will go to D when I call, right? Chris and Luminar will go to C. Althea and Zilva will go to B, and me and Ray will go to A. Let's do it. And you don't have to go to your position right away, but it helps to kind of hang around there if you can. And make sure to keep doing DPS the whole time as well. Okay, orbs are going to be coming up in a second. Be ready to go to your cardinal. Head towards your cardinal. Make sure not to stand on the cardinal, though, because you don't want to be too close to the orb. We're going to be rotating clockwise. Nope. Althea, no. You need to stand on your cardinal on B.
Whoop.
Okay, so you don't stand in your clock spot. You go to your partner. So you are only ever going to be starting at your cardinal direction. Is there any confusion about that?
Say that one more time.
Okay, so when I say go to those sections, Zilva and Althea should be on B, both together.
Okay.
Like, no one's going to enter cardinal to start. You're only ever going to your cardinal spot.
Okay, that makes much more sense.
And we're
Yeah.
going clockwise like this, right?
Yeah. So basically, if you... It depends. Sometimes you're going to have to go counterclockwise, sometimes you're going to have to go clockwise. You have to listen to what I'm saying. All good, V. Let me make sure I copy these just in case. So sometimes, for instance, last time, did you see, Althea, how you guys had, I think, yellow, but you had blues on either side of you? That means that in theory you can rotate either direction, but for instance, I might not be able to. So either everyone is going to have to rotate clockwise, or everyone is going to have to rotate counterclockwise. Meaning Althea had to go left. Yeah. Okay. So you guys had to go. Well, depends on what you mean by left. You mean left currently? Think of A as north. If A is the 12 o'clock on a clock, right? So if you're gonna have to rotate clockwise, Althea, you would rotate from B to C. If you have to rotate counterclockwise, you would rotate B to A. And it's gonna depend. Like, it's not always the same thing. Does anyone have any question? Please ask now if you have it. Or if there's something that I said that's unclear.
So if we're rotating either clockwise or counterclockwise, which is going to be determined in the moment, depending on where the orbs are.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
If I'm south position and my partner
Yes.
is
Your C.
Southwest position, southeast position, who's the one that rotates?
You're both south. Like, ignore... So, for instance, Ray, you see how Ray was starting... I was starting here on the clock spots, and, and
I get
Ray
it.
was starting here. You all have to... Every single one of us has to eat the orbs together. You cannot eat an orb alone.
I see. I thought
will
you meant
never
that,
be able...
I thought you meant that the orbs need to be soaked simultaneously, not you both have to hit each orb. Okay,
That was my bad.
Yeah, I get it now. Okay.
Yeah. So here's what's going to happen. I'm just going to walk through. So let's say me and Chris were partners. We're going to stand roughly around here. The orb is going to spawn on C. We're then both together going to go and touch it right away. Right?
Yep.
So, like, Chris, like, move with me. Like, and then it'll blow up. Once that blows up, you guys are going to listen for my call clockwise or counterclockwise. And then you're going to rotate that way. So if I called clockwise, me and Chris would rotate to the orb clockwise of us and hit it together.
Gotcha. Yeah.
You guys do not technically have to listen for me if you're paying attention to everybody else's orbs and you see what the pattern is already. However, if you're not sure you're not sure about which direction it is, you can just wait for the call. Yeah, so that's a little bit better. Thank you, V. So yeah, you'll be able to stand on these because the orbs are summoned here. They're summoned further back. Sure, good to glad to have you. Thanks for helping me finish the final trial. Yeah, it was great having. Yeah, I was just mentioning we were doing that. I know it sounds like a little bit, but like it'll make sense. I think once people see it, especially go through one time. Everyone good?
Yeah.
I'm also sorry. I know I have a propensity to sometimes explain things in a way that makes sense to my brain. For instance, the intergluteal crease, but maybe not necessarily to everybody else's. So, if anyone's like, if anyone appreciates what I'm doing, but also would like a different way of explaining it, we have V and Dest, I think, who can also maybe talk in normal person parlance.
I also am not the best explainer, so I don't really know. Just gonna say, if you do the thing and you do it right, it just works. That's gonna be my call.
So you're looking for the plasma attack. It comes after Optimize Ultima is when he's gonna start summoning the orbs.
Which is also a raid wide.
Okay, so start heading towards your cardinal positions, and you can soak the first orb right away. Okay, we're rotating counterclockwise.
Hey, I think we got it.
Booyah! That's it. And now just DPS the shit out of him. And completely ignore his next mechanic. As long as we do enough damage. I mean, okay, we can rotate with this, but if we happen to see magnetism attacks, just ignore them.
This boss hates DPS uptime, melee uptime.
And casters.
Of course, I die, and I'm the Dragoon.
It can take
Like,
a
at least you
bit
didn't eat yourself into oblivion.
It can take a bit to learn too, like learn how fast to rotate, how to dodge the donuts.
Floor tank.
Speaking of good
but yeah.
extreme trial music.
Ah, yes, this is good music too.
Yeah, dude, the Black Wolf Stalks Again is so, I think that's what it's called. So good.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that's literally it. And also you guys are doing amazing on DPS. We're not even seeing the attack that usually people have to ignore. So good job. So for the next mechanic, how do I want to explain this? Okay, question. Do you guys want to jazz hands the whole way through the second half, or do you guys actually want me to explain what we need to do? Because we can definitely jazz hands if we want.
Well, we got a checkpoint
sure.
during this phase change,
I'll
right?
say-
So we start back at this point if we wipe.
Yeah.
Correct.
So long
So-
as we hit the boss first.
Yeah, I'm okay with just running in blind just to get an idea of what it looks like, so it's easier to, so you have
Cool.
like context to explain what's gonna happen.
The most important thing is if you get a blue arrow on you, make sure the blue arrow is pointing. You want to take, you want the back of your blue arrow to be touching the wall it's facing away from. So if you have an arrow that's pointing north, you want to go stand on the southern wall, basically.
Gotcha.
If you have an arrow that's pointing west, you want to go stand at the eastern
And
wall,
away
like
away
this.
from the middle.
Yes.
Because we're gonna have to dodge your arrows.
One step at a time. One step at a time, Des.
Okay.
Just like, I'm just trying to focus on that one aspect.
I totally
Okay.
got that wrong.
Does that make sense to everyone?
Yes.
For those blue
Now
arrows?
that I've seen it.
Okay. If you have that down, then yeah, what Des was saying is important too, which is to try and not stand in the middle if you can, so that people who don't have an arrow don't get hit. So the way these things work is that they explode along the X lines. So basically, you want to stand away from the lines themselves. It's kind of hard because he creates 3 layers of them. Okay, this part's pretty straightforward. Everyone stand in the center, kill the black wolf. Okay, so these are gonna fire in order. You're basically gonna go look for the one that gets number 1 on it. Don't stand in line with that. Stand like next to, basically in the row next to it. So yeah, so go stand basically here. Wait till the 1 goes off. Wait, no, don't stand in it right away. You're not dodging the Magitech. You're dodging their explosion trail. Come stand in the middle and use arm's length or sure cast. And that is every mechanic you need to know. Congratulations. Really like Black Wolf Socks again, yeah. It was on Twitter by Dev using a voice modulator. It was a clip by tweeting Way of the Loppers doing a sound check by singing a version of Scream. That's hilarious. Oh, Raven's offering to eat the orbs for us so we don't have to worry about them.
Thank
So
you, Ray.
generous. So generous, Raven.
Thanks, Raven.
Good job. Okay, does anyone have any questions? Okay, cool. Do you guys want to keep going with that one until we feel like we can do it cleanly?
Well, I guess my only question is I'm not sure what caused me to die with the arrows. I don't know if anyone.
Yeah,
saw
so
what I did.
here's how the arrows work. They fire in a line from wherever wherever they're pointing. So if someone is standing in line with you across from you,
Okay.
you hit each other.
So you just can't be in line with anyone else who has an arrow.
Correct.
Okay.
But also, you have to be careful about not standing in the center of your wall, because otherwise you'll cleave all the people who don't have arrows who are standing in the center.
Right. Okay. I guess I was in line with someone else who was pointing their arrow at me, so
Probably.
that's probably
Right.
what it was.
I mean, you guys did great for doing it on the fly. The car riff is just too good at one. Well, yeah, totally AC. I'm trying to cheesecake for the first time. Let me know. Let's see how I like it. I like cheesecake. I was surprised. I did not think I would be a fan of cheesecake.
Cheesecake.
But then I
is
had-
delicious.
I was not a fan, and then I was in the mountains of Japan, and a lesbian couple who sold nothing but cheesecake sold me a cheesecake that changed my life.
That is a
Sounds
very
like a
That is-
specific
that is
story.
a story.
That sounds like a life-changing cheesecake right there.
Yep. Oh, actually, V, did you save the ones that were better? Thank you. Let me change mine. Sweet. Okay, count down. Also, food reminder if you need it. Not that our DPS is exactly lacking. Can you even skip La Habrea and Eorzean? Like, even if you do enough DPS?
No.
Or does, like, because that phase freezes, basically.
You can kill either La Habrea or Eorzean before they give you the debuffs.
Right. Oh, hi, Umino.
Ah.
They snuck in.
Okay, get ready to get to your first orb. We are rotating clockwise. Perfect. So this next part is simple. He's just gonna rotate. You rotate with him. Other than that, as the rings appear, step out of them and then step back in. So step to the outside, then step to the inside. And you just keep alternating.
Doing a hokey pokey.
You turn yourself around.
That's what it's all about.
I'm playing a dangerous game called Greed.
I mean, you did choose to play death, so at least you're on the right job.
Hey, I didn't die this time. No floor tanking.
Japanese cheesecake is quite smooth. Yeah, I didn't realize there was such a difference between Japanese cheesecake and like American cheesecake, but Japanese cheesecake is very smooth. Cheesecake is best, but it can be quite variable. Yeah, I guess that's the thing I've found I wasn't ready for when I came back to the States is how many different types of cheesecake there are, because usually people just call it cheesecake.
I kid you not, I had cheesecake yesterday, but it was a crappy store brand and it was awful.
No.
Heresy.
It's like this isn't cheesecake, this is sadness.
I did make the Rolandberry cheesecake from the Eorzean cookbook. And that was really
Oh, nice. Was it good?
It was amazing.
Was it like smooth?
It was.
I wonder if it was
It wasn't
Okay,
very
I bet it was a
different
Japanese
from
recipe.
other cheesecakes that I've made. It's not Japanese style cheesecake, I can tell you that much.
Okay, it's not. Okay.
Yeah. It's kind of just like a regular generic cheesecake.
Interesting.
But it's very good.
I guess when did that food get added in the game? Is that an ARR? Because if it's an Eorzean style recipe, it makes sense, I guess, that it wouldn't be a Japanese style. Because Eorzean is much more like Western cooking.
I'm not sure.
Okay. Just make sure you're standing. Perfect. Mostly good. Although Zilva, you reverse it. So the thing is, if you have an arrow, you get knocked away. So if your arrow is pointing towards the wall, you'll get knocked into the death wall.
Thank you, Chris.
Yeah.
Yeah, you moved right.
Right
behind me.
idea though. Your positioning was really good. Otherwise, it just flip the side you're on. Okay, avoid the X lines.
I'm gonna hold off on that. Okay.
Uh-oh.
Oops.
Got stuck by one.
Cool. Do you want to focus on resin and I will heal?
I got it.
Oh, Chris, right. We got you on Red Mage. Sweet. Praise be for the Res Mage. Okay, remember, you are not dodging the Machina, you're dodging their flame trails. So you go stand near the one, but you wait till the flame trail fully passes before you step in. I guess it's more of a bombardment trail than anything. Hold. Now. And then you can arm's length or sure cast to avoid it, or you can stand intercardinal of it.
No, we can't.
I am sad we won't get to hear the breakdown because we kill him too fast. You guys want to go one more time?
Sure.
Yeah, you can keep going.
Your enthusiasm stirs me. Cheesecake is supposed to be the opposite of sadness. Yeah, it's true. Holy shit, it's so yummy. I'm a fan now. Good. Good. Theoretically, even if it's a reimagining, how does Haiti recreate a shield, Shade of Lahabrea, and Eorzean for those attacks with that kind of firepower? I mean, you just think about the point at which he's doing that attack, right? He's drawing in the spirits of all the regret and anger and memories, and also he has the convocation crystals at that point. So I think they're just expressions of his memories of them mixed with all of his energy and power. So it seems, I mean, it's pretty fair. Thank you, Ray Ray. Since it's YouTube, we can check out say like, share, and subscribe. Gaius was where all this when he fought you in the Praetorium. I mean, to be fair, in the redone Praetorium, he does do more stuff like this. And also, when Gaius was attacking Whirlit, he had the full, like, might of an entire legion behind him. Whereas, while he does have technically the 14th with him, when you're fighting him, he's basically solo at that point. Yeah, Phantasmata and New Prey is literally just simplified rank and file. That is one of the things I like about when they redid Prey and other things, is that they thought, okay, how could we make the mechanics in these things call back/forward to stuff that they had done later. Okay, get ready for your first orbs. We will be rotating clockwise. Good job. All you gotta do is rotate and step in and out. Beautiful. After this, do people want to do diamond weapon, or do we want to switch over to one of the main reasons that I don't want to, I guess, doing emerald and ruby is a little bit meh. It's just because of the transition fades. So if we wanted to go super fast, diamond, or I guess technically even Hades, because Hades' transition is very short.
Also, fun fact about diamond, because I was farming it recently, you can skip the phase where you
final form.
Yeah, you can skip that now.
Nice. But I finally learned it.
Just in time to forget it.
Man.
If our DPS is high enough, yeah.
Welcome to EX farming every expansion. You learn the mechanics just in time for them to no longer matter unless you're sinking down intentionally. Also, you may want to fan out from each other, because he's going to do attack that if you're standing in line with anyone, it hurts. It hurts, yeah. That is the phrase I was looking for in spirit, if not in literal word. Should be good. Yep. Ah, look at that. Perfect. Now just avoid the X's. There will be 3 layers of them. I guess you could probably really easily do this fight 8 DPS, huh?
Seems like it.
Pretty much everything's
Couple,
most
right?
avoidable.
Everything's like cleaned up really well.
Right.
Maybe you have a res mage for just assurance, and then yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Move into 1. Middle and use arm's length or surecast. Or stand intercardinal.
I haven't managed to get that off in time.
Yeah, same.
Mine didn't go off in time either.
If it helps, you basically want to do it a solid 2 to 3 seconds before the attack.
Dude just showed up.
Hey!
Hey, there's the Gwib.
Who's gonna get
Woo!
it? Probably not me.
Maybe not me.
Probably not me. Oh, looks like Zilva's getting
Yep. Sounds about right.
Congrats, Zilva.
Congrats, Silva.
All right.
I really like the look of the Emerald Gwib.
At least one dropped.
it. Yeah. But he is able to make phantoms of himself. Now that I think of it, Gaius could pull off a 6-sword style. Yeah. Okay. 3 more to go. Nice. Well, let's do Claw Deck next then. Seeing as now y'all know how to do. The other nice thing is now if you guys want to party finder it or do it in looking for group with the Discord, this is now you know exactly how easy it is. Here's the simple tip for how to solve the orbs if you ever need to do it solo. You just look at your orbs, and if your orbs are like if you got yellow orbs and there's blue on your right, blue on your left, right? All you have to do is look to the party to your right and see what theirs are, because one of theirs will be off. If yours are, you only have one choice. So if you have yellow and there's a blue on your right and a yellow on your left, well, you have to go clockwise, right? So that's really all you have to look for.
Tethers?
Yeah, there's tethers in this fight.
Oh, there sure
Aw.
are.
Honestly, it's not as bad as it sounds.
No,
And
it
it's
really
the
isn't.
only real mechanic. I don't know if V's explaining it or yeah, oh, Des was
No, Zilva,
Yeah.
Zilva
It's
kind of
literally-
said the short of it. Yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
there's specific spots you want to stand, and I can put markers down when we get out of the cutscene.
Yes, please.
I also think I might have. No, I don't. Damn it! I don't have anything on Elio. Oh well.
Say I don't have anything saved, but I can make shit up on the fly.
I will also need whoever's doing top DPS to stand with me. I'm assuming that's probably gonna be Dest.
Probably. Okay,
Probably.
so
Because
there's gonna be a knockback circle spawning at either end of a platform, and you're gonna have tethers. If your tether is already long and like a darker purple, you're gonna want to stand about here and get knocked back this way. If your tether,
can we make
oh, okay, go ahead.
that one purple? Can we just make
Oh yeah, we can.
just because then it's
Then it's easier. Yeah. And then if you have a short tether, you're gonna want to stand here to get knocked back to the opposite platform to then stretch said tether.
I will add, just
So-
because when I was first learning this, the short and long was a little bit confusing. The way I look at it is
Yeah.
I look to see which side or which platform I'm being tethered to. And if I'm being tethered to a claw that's on the same platform as me, I want to be knocked to the opposite platform. If it's on the opposite platform that I'm tethered to, I want to stay on the same platform that I'm on.
I just look at the color.
That works too.
The short
There are
tether will
multiple
be
ways
like
to
a
think of it. I just alter it out for an
Yeah.
alternative way of thinking at it.
No, I appreciate it. I hadn't even thought to think of it that way.
Yeah.
That's a good one. Just a real quick clarification. The knockback will be a giant blue circle that will be it'll be big.
Mhm.
You don't want to be standing in that circle at all. You want to be just outside of it.
like every other big blue circle that something jumps into.
Yeah. The
Pretty
typical,
much.
typical knockback symbol.
I'm
Right.
thinking of the big blue circle in Byregot in Mists of the
Yes.
Realm.
Bingo.
Exactly
Yeah,
that.
exact same
The
thing.
Same symbol.
Exact same thing. Just to reiterate Chris's idea, you don't want to end up on the same platform as the thing you're tethered to, right?
Okay.
Is basically the long and short of it. Alternatively, if your color is helpful, purple, you stand north-south, so you stand, either here or let's say the blue circle happens to be on the opposite side of this, for whatever reason. Let's just say it was on the opposite side of this. You would just stand on that side because you want to be knocked long ways across the platform. And then pink, you just want to if you want to stand on whatever side will knock you to the other platform. So if the other platform's over there, you would stand here. I'm going to ready check. Beyond that, all the other mechanics in this fight before that are very, very, very straightforward. It is just if he has claws on, you don't want to be on the platform that he has claws, his claws are turned on for. So you just, let's say his claws are on his left side right now. They'll be giant energy claws. You just use this teleporter and teleport to the other platform. If if his cannon in his center is charging, everyone stacks together in the middle of the platform. If his shoulders are starting to ignite, everyone spreads away from each other. And that's it. That's all the mechanics you need to know. The literal long and short of it, yeah. Right, Udo. Okay. It's gonna go great. You guys get stuff quick. Oh yeah, thank you all day. Food check. Also, Dest, you may want to, stand over
Yeah, I'm
here
just
with
gonna
me.
go vibe over here.
Love it when my ability
Oh
moves
my
off.
god.
Oh, Lumina, no. Not like this.
That's a raid wide.
Raid white. Did you flip off, or what happened?
I was going for my spine shatter dive, but it's right next to my elusive jump.
From one
did-
backflip to
Truly a
another.
Dragoon moment.
Yep. You did the thing.
I did the thing.
Okay.
Okay, everyone get in the middle and stay on this platform. Des, you stay on this side, I'll go south.
Okay.
Just because your uptime matters more.
Okay. If anyone could toss me a heal, thank you.
Yep, I got you.
Working on.
If you want, Ray, can you put Cardia on Des instead of me?
Sure.
Thank you. Okay, swap sides. Poor Titan. Raid wide. Okay, here we go. Everyone swap sides and spread away from each other.
Oh no.
Gotta spread away from each other.
I thought it had gone off.
Yeah, no, there'll be a giant explosion.
I'm gonna feint this. Just in case.
In this economy?
Dying.
Honestly, we may even skip tethers at this rate. And if we don't this time, we will in the future.
Hey.
You guys don't even have to learn tethers! Jesus Christ. Oh god.
Yes.
Doing diamond. Literally, you have to. Diamond is now the easiest EX by far. Wow.
If you have the DPS to do it.
That's. Wow.
And we got the DPS to do it.
Samurai go burr.
Dragoon Gulper when it's not dead.
Oh my god. General life advice for this. If you, so Althea, V, and Chris, you guys want to go, when we have to spread apart, go to the far back because you have ranged attacks, whereas the DPS will go up front, just because it'll make their lives easier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My god. We really don't even... Man, that's kind of sad. Like, what even mechanic is there to do?
We got spreads and stacks.
Spreads and stacks.
And hopping
What is
over
this,
to
Final
the
Fantasy
other one.
14?
And switching platforms.
Spreads and stacks and switching.
Okay, maybe, okay, after we do one clean run of this, maybe we should just do Hades, because then at least there's a mechanic to do.
Maybe.
Oop, sorry, I
Oh,
attacked
we're
early.
going.
Oh, jeez. Okay.
We're doing it
We're live.
live.
Stick to the plan, stick to the plan!
What plan?
God damn it, Leroy.
Leroy Jenkins.
At least I have
The
chicken.
not chicken.
Can I get this off in time? Yes, I can.
I'm just
So-
gonna use my mitigation on you, Des.
So since we're now
Yeah.
Sorry, go
on
ahead.
since now we're on the easiest EX and Shadowbringers, Elio, have you seen the new FNAF movie yet?
Spread? Yes, I have actually. Yeah, I did see the most recent FNAF, the FNAF movie.
How'd you like it?
Hey, there we go.
Good question. I thought it was of really good quality. Look, being uncharitable, I didn't find it scary, but also that may be because I just engage in too much horror and all sorts of stuff. I think it was a very good horror movie. I think it's a very good intro to horror, especially for someone who is younger. I thought as an adaptation, especially if you're gonna have something very narrative focused, I thought they did a really good job with trying to make it interesting.
We're moving.
Swap. Swap.
So yeah,
Sounds like exactly my kind of horror movie.
yeah. I think if you're someone who likes spooky more than you like horror, like really being disconcerted and unnerved, it might work better for you.
Great white.
And I think you would really like it. And I think it was a very quality film. Like, my problems are more to do with me than to do with the film.
I can't wait for them to make 7 more.
Oh, they're going to. I can tell you that.
Yeah.
Coming off the back of that, there's at least one sequel. Stay on this side, stand in the middle. There's at least a sequel for sure.
Yep.
If you like spooky more than horror, things a horror snob says. I literally am over here saying how quality it is. I'm not saying it's, I have no umbrage towards the film. Spooky is just a type of horror. So like there are plenty of like 80s films that are phenomenal horror films, but are more spooky than they are horrific. Spooky isn't just a worse form of horror.
We cleared
But
that
you did
after
say-
the last round.
You did say if you
Because
like
we didn't have
spooky
any
more
deaths.
than horror, so therefore spooky is not in the realm of horror. I'm just breaking
Sure,
balls
fair.
for it.
Let me rephrase it better then. If you like spooky more than specifically being like deeply unnerved, unsettled, or like perturbed, you might it's more in that category. And I don't mean spooky as in spoopy. Like I don't mean like ha 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 it's so like just dumb or something.
Like the Scary Movie series.
Yeah, it's definitely not that. Definitely not that. It takes itself seriously it's definitely an earnest film, which I appreciate. Like what, Big Trouble in Little Chinatown? Does that count as a spooky or horror? I don't know. That's really more of an action film just with like some weird shit. Some weird 80s shit in it.
Yeah.
I mean, I love that. I like that film. I'm just what would be a good example of? I mean, this is maybe not entirely like Scream to me is more spooky, but like whereas you like think about like The Exorcist or The Exorcist 3, for me like yeah. To clear, I was just giving you a hard time. Yeah, luckily I know when you're just giving me a hard time, V, at this point. Where is... There we go. I had to talk to the minstrel in order to get Hades EX.
Actually, I should.
I love horror film, Sorry, go ahead.
I should check and make sure I have that too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Field trip to the
I love
Crystarium.
hor- Huzzah! I love horror movies. Why Halloween is my fave holiday because all the candy you get. I really need to watch the movie soon. Yeah, and I guess like I feel bad because like I'm not trying to dismiss the quality of the film. I just think it's not the parts of FNAF, or at least the original FNAF that work for me, are when it's really rooted in trying to be deeply unsettling and really enigmatic. And this film isn't really trying to be enigmatic for the most. I mean, like it answers all its questions for the most part.
It is, in short, it is a perfect love letter to the fandom that has kept up with it for all these years.
Yeah, I would be pretty shocked if someone who is, especially if you've been a fan of it as it's gone on, and don't have a problem with the sequel-itis-ness of it, I think you'll probably love it.
Fun fact, the security guard at the very beginning of the film, that was actually supposed to be Markiplier, but due to him doing his own independent project, Iron Lung, he was unable to...
Yeah, the Iron Lung film.
He was unable to be the security guard.
That's it.
Oh, that sucks. I will say I did laugh pretty maniacally when there was a Matt Pat cameo.
I love the fact that his name is Ness.
I didn't even see that.
Yeah, it's after his funny game theory video, Sans is Ness theory.
Mm-hmm. I thought it was a fun movie, but there's a reason. Ooh, that's a good way to put it. I thought it was a fun movie, but there's a reason it's only rated PG-13. Yeah.
That does explain a lot, actually.
I actually think for a PG-13 film, it does its damnedest to get away with quite a few things. Yeah. I also think it's one of the difficulties of like adaptation, where one of the reasons I like the original is the original like first game is the like nature of how almost inhuman it is. There aren't characters really. There's only the audio recordings and it's unnerving how much it's almost pseudo surreal and how much like you don't have a voice, you aren't a person. And you can't really do that in a film for the most part without being really experimental. Like if you want a narrative, you have to like actually characterize your characters, it turns out. And I actually think they do a really good job of that though. Yeah. Hereditary did become a hit for a reason. It's pretty intense and just so well done. Yeah, I mean, Ari Aster, all three of Ari Aster's films are masterworks as far as I'm concerned. If you want films that will disconcert you and unnerve you with the kind of horror that they are, the three Ari Aster films, Hereditary, Midsommar, and Beau is Afraid, I cannot recommend enough. Oh, that's interesting. I like this. The minstrel's pointing out, I must say I find it quite fascinating how Emmett Selk chose to reveal his true name on the verge of the battle that would prove to be his downfall. I am reminded of the knights blessed who have a similar tradition in which they conceal their true names outside of rare occasions such as funerals.
Ooh, I like that. I didn't think of that before, but that's really cool.
Yeah, that is a really cool
Very
player.
good
I totally
thought.
agree. What significance might the act of announcing his true name have carried for him? A matter to ponder. Perhaps should you wish to fully grasp the nature of your foe, of the shadow to your light.
I think he was still trying to get you to remember.
Mm-hmm.
Beating the
Well, and I think just, I mean, he even says the line, right? Like letting the facade drop and just letting it, putting it all out on the table, like his whole self. And it kind of calls back to later lines, right? About his ideals being Violet in Endwalker.
It's like, dude, I never said there was anything wrong with your ideals. I just don't want you forcing them on me.
Well, it's interesting, right? Because by the time of Endwalker, he's really talking about the ancients' ideals rather than him in terms of tempered, which is interesting, like the nuance there. Yeah. Oh, if anybody wants to join in, V's willing to trade out, so just let that be. That is an option. Thank you, V. Okay. So I have totally forgotten the La Habrea Igiorm part, other than like the comets and needing to rotate.
I don't.
It's basically like it was in the ruby weapon. One's blue, one's red, and depending on which one you have, it's like switched on who you can fight.
Okay, so it's literally just that. You don't have to worry about like the mechanic that much if we go fast enough.
Yeah.
Okay, gotta go fast.
There's no Bert.
Okay, decoys
yeah.
enjoy.
I love this song so much.
Yes.
Somebody can hang around.
Hot.
Its strength, and I shall expose the lie of your fragmented
Look,
existence.
for me, my hypest moments are in Endwalker just because of thematically what that specific story is about. But we can all agree that probably one of the hypest moments in the entire game for sure is, you know, I'll stand with you.
Okay. Well,
And like one way or another today this ends. Like when the song fucking kicks in after Arbor joins with you. That's fucking
It was so fucking metal.
pretty great.
must not sing.
You either.
Bleed forward. Scurry and scatter.
Yeah, right. Definitely, Coraline is definitely horror. Yes, 100%, no question. I mean, Neil Gaiman's really good about that, right? But what
Dodge into the
Coraline
bat after
is
it goes
Cor-
off.
Thank you. Coraline is a fairy tale, and I don't mean like how like the Disney when we mean it that way, but I mean like
Grimm's
classically
fairy
what a
tale.
fairy tale would mean. Yeah. And like what fae, you know, like true fae. Like think about pixies in 14 and how dangerous they are. Like they can be fun and beautiful and pretty and life-giving, but also terrible and cruel and monstrous and capricious. Come, Nabrialis! Tremble and fall to the ground before me.
I hate this guy.
Don't we all? Though he did have some sick-ass sideburns.
Oh shoot! How do we want to do towers?
I'm doing north. I got north. I got comments. Everybody can leave the comments alone. Or the northern comment ones.
Res Mage. Time.
Covering Althea.
Thank you.
Well,
Nope,
that
didn't work.
I got 2 people before I died.
As long as V's up, we're good.
These up and raise up.
Viennary,
I'm up
yep.
now.
Viennary can get, yep.
I'm healing up.
Look for your debuff.
Attack opposites.
I don't have one.
You'll get one in a minute,
That.
I think.
Oh, okay. There we go.
Yes.
Fire attack ice. Someone needs to pull La Brea off me.
I'm trying.
We might need
There we
two
go, I got
tickets
it.
for this.
No, we just need someone to DPS at the very beginning.
Yeah, I think we just had too many people dead.
As long as Death does damage, it will be enough.
Yeah.
And as long as you and I have the opposite one. That's the other thing. Oh,
Sure, but as long as someone else... No, so what happened there is I was healing everyone because of people were down, and so when they spawned, I had hard aggro on both, even without attacking
okay.
La Brea.
Gotcha.
So I just need to not be healing.
Okay.
Wizard of Oz is now horror to me after learning what they used to make fake snow during the poppy flower scene. Yeah. I mean, if you've ever seen Return to Oz, that also has some crazy scenes.
Scurry and scatter. Darkness reigns.
Dodge and
Step into dangerous after it goes off. Sorry, remembering to say it helps me remember. It's kind of like why I like tanking, where if you have the onerousness to like, if you are having to remember to tell other people, there's way more pressure than if you're just trying to remember yourself. Return to Oz scared me as a child. Yeah, you and a lot of other people, especially people who grew up in the 80s. I will be getting Northern Towers.
Do you want us to just not worry about towers in general?
I don't know if we... That's a thing.
No, you have to do towers.
Yeah. Yeah.
Nope.
So we can absolutely heal through that. We just need one person dedicated to it, and Ray just needs to have Cardia on them and healing them. So who's volunteering?
I don't know if we can just assume, because any of the DPS could get tethered, right? And you don't want to tether and do a meteor, so we might just want 2 tanks for this to make it super easy.
I'll volunteer as tank.
Okay.
Okay. That works.
Makes no sense to represent Azim's soul when it literally is currently fighting him. The real one. Yeah. Imagine if one of those masks were Azim mask hidden in plain sight. I don't think that makes sense, because it's also those are the representations of the people who their
Also,
regrets and. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, is decoy risky? Because I think they said they wanted to swap in, so I'm willing to drop or desk in or
y'all
whatever.
can finish, or I can
If
do
you
it.
don't have it, I can drop, because I do.
Okay.
Sure.
I don't have it.
Dest, if you don't mind, then I'll stick
Yeah.
around.
Yeah.
Thank you, Desk.
Who's...
Oh, we could also, if we have enough people, we could start a second party.
Mm-hmm.
I need to get burbs and stuff on Elio, so like later we could definitely do that. Oh, and there's Rowan.
I'm missing one.
Yeah, so maybe after this, we'll get a second party going.
I think Rowan's been doing some stuff, but
I asked them if they were here for Gwibs, but I didn't get a response because we kept hopping into instances really quick.
Whoops. I've never been known to have no chill and be constantly go, go, go.
What?
Not once.
This is
I
news to me.
apologize. You know, the sad thing is, I think, like, I literally could have less chill. Like, this is me trying to keep a tone down.
I missed
sorry,
any
guys.
early explainers because I was coming out of a match. Is it just like, don't step in anything if you got the tether on? Or...
Yeah, definitely don't step in any of the circles for when La Habrea comes up.
yeah, if you have
for
tethers,
when-
you need
for-
to point them out, but don't hit the people who are tanking the towers, meteors, or whatever you call them.
For this, you want to spread out a little bit because they'll send shadow spreads to everyone. You want to be not in line with each other.
And then you need to step in a safe spot, or where it wasn't, because it's gonna hit twice.
Okay, step into the dangerous side after the safe side goes off. Okay.
I'll take south side.
So, okay, sounds good. I will be on north. Try to avoid being in line with the tanks if you have a tether, and do not step in any of the meteor slots.
Keep in mind that tanks are going to be moving like clockwise, so if you have the tether, don't be like in front of the tank because there's a good chance they'll like walk into it. Just try to
Thank you.
adjust.
So everybody else sees Nabrialis' symbol and thinks Zelda, right?
Glad I'm not the only one.
As long as you have one person per stack, you'll be okay. Okay, so remember, look for your debuff when you get it. If you have the red debuff, you attack Eorzean. If you have the blue debuff, you attack La Habrea. You can also
You guys
look for their masks if
pick
you know
left
them.
and right tanks. Don't pick the same one. Or-
Well, it depends on their debuff.
Okay. Well then prepare vote.
I got the blue.
I got Eorzean as well. Oh, you meant debuff. Kill him fast, and we don't have to. We can ignore this. Just focus EPS. Hit him hard. Just focus DPS.
Yep, that went smoother.
Just a tad. Not just the soul of the mask. Well, I mean, we don't know the mask, and also if the mask was there, the mask would be an incarnation of the soul, so that'd be also gives me time to eat dinner. Good. Oh no, not really. Wrong type of triangle. I mean, not really, though. I mean, it's still very Triforce-y. Invincible slaps, yeah. I mean, the fact that it comes back in the final day, right? Make sure to free the person from the jail.
Prison break.
DPS hard enough, we don't even have to worry about mechanics.
Button mash time!
I'm gonna write my thesis.
How fast can I type go fuck yourself over and over? Give me a second. I just alt tabbed out of my... I just almost logged out of my computer.
Oh no.
Oh my god, that would have been hilarious, but... Oh.
Your wretched blessing. Clad in prayer, I am invincible. So is the Hojo clan symbol, but I don't equate them to Zelda. Right, but I'm not saying is that literally the Triforce. I'm saying, does anybody think of Zelda? AC. Holy moly.
Neat. Oh, he healed all the way to full again. Cool.
You just like see a picture of that and it's just Marge holding up. It's like, I just think it's neat. Avoid the explosives.
I sure didn't.
There's a specific spot that you can stand that's always like a good spot to stand, but I just don't know where it is.
It's over here in the corner. Like roughly where I'm standing.
I like that reference.
You can't kill me if I just log off the game. Yeah, exactly, Raven.
I really am gonna have to just buy this mount. I swear.
I believe in you. So here's the problem when you get into the high totems, though. If you're with a group of people, do you even roll for it? Because like I feel like once I get to like 80 or 90, I just don't like. I'm like, no, I'm not gonna. I won't make someone else go through what I'm going through. That's what happened with me with Zodiark. I just started passing after 80. Which I'm not asking you to do, by the way. I'm not saying you have to. I'm just saying, like...
At this point, I'm just pretty much at the same point. I'm just like, what's the fuck? What's the point? I'm just gonna buy it.
Chris or Risky, do either of you have a melee DPS or like a geared that you know? Okay.
I have everything at 90 and relatively geared.
Cool. Just because a little extra DPS would actually make things a little smoother.
Right.
I like how you are the gleaming, shining knight, and here I am, broody knight.
I mean, gotta have,
Takes all sorts.
One brings shadow, one brings light, baby.
I mean, on Lend right now, my Paladin outfit is, we're doing a P11S with my static, so we have half the party doing light outfits and half the party doing dark outfits.
Nice.
Dude, if you want a dark Paladin fucking chest piece that's dope as hell, the Hero's Gauntlet one is awesome.
Man, what are positionals again?
Okay, you are on Samurai, so you do kind of have to care. I was about to say, if you played Reaper, you wouldn't have to care.
No, it's true.
Darkness reigns.
Stop, don't sing. Clean. We'll say the Hades EX fight has incredible backdrop for the fight. Yeah, the Ruins of Amarat. I also, for so long at the end of Shadowbringers, was confused, like, where you are, because you're in at the very end, you know, when, like, it's good to have you back, Graha, and that whole scene, you're in Amarat, but there's ruins, but also the normal Amarat glamour that you're in for the Tempest is still there. So I realized what it is you're still inside his creation of the final days, the Amarat dungeon.
His mind palace.
Yeah.
Oh.
Which, remember, you only need at least one other person standing with you if you're in a light party. So if you see one other person in your stack already, like if there's already 2 people, go ahead and check to see if the other person has a friendo.
I got all this meter and nothing to spend it on.
Let's fix that for you.
You know, you can make it go, excuse me, you can make it go higher by just doing meditate.
That's why I've been doing it. I've been meditating so much I can tap on meter. There's so many. We're killing the enemies so fast. There's so much downtime in between.
After you kill your shade, make sure to go to the other one and help kill it. Much better. Okay, guys, real talk. So far, with what we've heard of it, how do you guys like the Dawn Trail musical theme? Like, where does it
Love
rank
it.
on your theme?
I
Musical
love it.
It's a bop. It slaps. Eat up, no crumbs.
I've never heard of that.
I liked the first teaser trailer music better than the second because the second was a little cut up.
Yeah.
Because they had to edit it in a weird way because of all the new stuff they added. But I'm very excited for the final.
I am holding out my judgment in rankings until we have the full song.
Yeah.
That's fair.
I just like the style.
Yeah. Yeah. I definitely, in terms of does the style match, I think we all would agree that the style matches at
Oh,
least,
definitely.
right?
Style
Yeah.
matches.
Very on theme.
Yeah. So far, it's not one of my favorites, but I very much think it's also the vibe of this. There have been multiple themes in 14 that I'm like, oh, the first time I hear it, I'm like, you know, I kind of like it, and then later on become some of my favorites as they like actually grow on me. And I'm thinking that might be the case with this one too. And like you say, we haven't even seen the final version of it.
Yeah, I'm fine with it being pretty cool, just because what its theme is.
Yeah. It also does not help that Footfalls was my favorite by a lot. So like, you know, whenever you have a really good expansion or something and something has to follow it up, you're always going to be by comparison.
God, I can't get a full combo in.
Cries and
The guy
samurai.
Mochi-sai, good to see you. Good to see you, glad to have you. Hello, I can't join Mountain Farm, but I'd like to watch when I can, so I would like to say good luck and awesome. Yeah! Well, we're glad to have you watching. Definitely fits the vibe of the expansion, yeah. Chris, good to see you, glad to have you. Floating crystalline islands suspends high above the burning planet. I love the expansion reference verse. Yes! Yeah, and also, where do we go? Where do we go? Where do we go? Come on, ready! Yeah, sick guitar riff. It's definitely not a letdown. That's for sure.
I like the part of I like the rapping part where they're going through the different expansions.
Yeah. That's what Infinite was just saying. I like when they do that in, I mean, visually they do it in the Shadowbringers trailer, right? And then musically, they have in Close in the Distance they do that. I love that shit.
And they do it in the Endwalker one too.
They do it in Footfalls? I mean, they do it in Close in the Distance, but what do they do in Footfalls?
Well, they go through the different expansions.
Yeah.
In which part?
Well, throughout the entire song. First, we see Alice fighting the monsters, and then you join in, and it's the Tales of Lost Fire and Faith that could represent a realm reborn. And then it's the dragons speak with Estinian.
Oh, using all the different musical motifs. Yes, okay, I follow you now.
Sorry, I must not have been clear enough. What I meant.
No, all good. Because we had been talking about lyrics, and so when you're talking about the musical motifs, my brain was treating that as separate, but I totally understand what you mean now. Because they even have the Stormblood, the part where they give lyrics to the Stormblood theme, battle theme, or boss theme, and then they have a bit of shadow tumbling down to the Never with the Shadowbringers part. Hey, Hades Eorzean. If anyone's wanting to make the weapons, Robin, good to go and have you. It's high energy, is also more playful. Yeah, totally. Than the desperate Heaven's Word, Warlike Stormblood, even more desperate Shadowworks, and hopeful Endwalker. Yeah, it's definitely playful. Make sure to roll. It's definitely more playful, which makes sense for the type of expansion they were pitching this as. And maybe the problem is I'm allergic to fun.
Tragic.
So, Elio, do you have any fun headcanons regarding your character?
I guess when we created Elio, when I created Elio, there's some implication that he's from Sharlayan, or that he studies he studies aetherology. But like honestly, the way I work with headcanon is mostly to just take whatever's in the narrative itself, and then kind of figure out slight reasons or rationalizations with taking it as given. So like, when information is provided in the game, let's say about your Warrior of Light or about how your Warrior of Light interacts with the situation, it's kind of like taking what the authors wrote, treating that as text, and then playing around with that with my own reasons or rationalizations for it as written. Like I have more fun with that than just like wholesale creating my own character that ignores the game text, if that makes sense.
My own headcanon for my character is that she's half Kestir, half Daltharo, and that's why she's pretty much so quiet talking, because half the time one of her parents didn't even talk, they just communicated body language wise.
Yeah, that totally makes sense. I'm sure it would be like living in a household where one parent was, for instance, deaf, or one parent wasn't, you know, and how that would, you know, speaking ASL versus just talking normally. And that's super cool. No, and I'm always interested in other people's rationales and reasons. But like, that's one of the things that's always interesting to me about, for instance, RP culture in 14, is that, you know, I'm very glad it exists, but I also don't necessarily engage with it. So it's kind of fascinating to me looking through a window on the outside.
Whoa.
We crossed the street.
I completely missed where I was. That's on me, man. That's on me.
You can't kill me. I kill myself.
Sorry.
Take Priv.
I ended up on the north, and then before I could realize I was on the north side, everything was going to shit.
That was the most you can't fire me, I quit energy I have heard out of you in a while.
That was some serious energy, and I'm all here for it.
Just hopping back on the museum discussion, just because I think there's a lot of interesting things to talk about there. And I know I've mentioned this before, but would you agree widely that most people think Revolutions is the weakest main theme of the Final Fantasy XIV themes?
Is that the Stormblood theme?
Yeah.
Then yes, I would agree.
Yeah.
I would agree with
That's
that.
one that's actually grown on me a lot.
It has grown on me too, the more I listen to it, but it was just didn't have as much of a
compared to the others.
Yeah.
I mean, it's all by degrees, right? Like, I'm not saying Revolutions is bad. Revolutions is A, grown on me, like you're saying as well, and also I like it. It's just when you compare it to the Heaven's Word or Shadowbringers or Footfalls or
It very easily gets overshadowed.
I will say that the theme for Stormblood is my least favorite of the themes of FF, mostly because I'm much more for lyrical themes, and it's one of the least lyrical of all the expansions.
Also, the
it's interesting because
didn't even show up in like the official trailer until like the very end of the trailer.
Right. Well, that's the thing. So what's interesting is most people think that the theme of Stormblood is actually the boss theme. because of how little revolutions get used until certain points. However, revolutions actually as a leitmotif in throughout the like maps and zones and stuff actually does get used quite a bit. People just don't realize it.
Yeah.
Because it's got like 3 whole movements to it. It like has 3 sections. It fits Stormblood, but it doesn't hit as hard as it should. Yeah. Honestly, some might argue you could say the same things about Stormblood.
At least it's consistent.
When it comes to Stormblood, I say that it's like an Avatar: The Last Airbender filler episode. It's still great quality, but it's filler nonetheless.
I think I would be kinder to it than calling it filler, but I think it's the least successful at what it's attempting to do out of the expansions.
It was a necessary story that had to be told.
Yeah. And the amount of setup it manages to do for future storytelling and establishment and moving the like world state against both Guardians and other characters, I think is important.
Yeah,
for sure.
You got a good point there. And I do love the whole story of us against Xenos.
Yeah. I personally feel like, and I'd be curious what you guys think, having replayed it on LEO, I think its biggest issue is that it's just really inconsistent with its not inconsistent with the characters themselves, but with the amount it gives time to certain characters. For instance, Lise is incredibly important, but doesn't get enough time to actually build before she's supposed to shine in the 3rd act.
I agree. I think they definitely could have probably fleshed that out a little bit more. Maybe I don't actually know if they could have or couldn't have with the time frame that they were given, but if that was possible, if they did do that, I think it would probably have.
I will say I love all the Hamilton references.
Yeah, there's so many Hamilton references in the quests. It's hilarious. I'm sorry, did someone else?
It sounds like
sorry, go ahead.
Well, it sounds like they try to give her a lot, but they don't give it any screen time. So, like they imply a lot of stuff she's doing behind the scenes, and you just don't get to see a lot of it.
Right. Well, to 100%. And like, for instance, I like Alice a lot, but like, especially in the Ruby Sea and some of the earlier parts of Stormblood, they give a lot of time to Alice and other characters that could have been used to further develop Lise. Because, like, I mean, think about it. It's easy to forget, but Stormblood has characters like Gosetsu, who's wildly successful, I think.
Yeah.
And also, it becomes a really different conversation, too, if you're discussing an expansion versus the expansion and its patch contents, right? Because Stormblood, without its point 1 through point 3, is an incomplete story in just as much as Heaven's Word is. Although, arguably, Stormblood kind of actually has more of a finale. Because think about the ending of Heaven's Word. Imagine finishing Heaven's Word with what happens to Estinian, and then being like, okay,
that's it.
Now I've got to wait, like, yeah. Like, wait, how many months before we get to explore that? Stormblood, the one and only expansion punching bag, yeah. It doesn't help that you have Shadowbringers right after. Yeah, that's a really good point, Jagaimo.
I want to say
it hits you a ton of bricks.
It also probably didn't help that they kind of split the expansion into 2 separate kind of stories.
Oh, yeah. Yes. Well, it's weird because it's almost like 4 acts. Like, the way it's structured is almost like 4 acts,
yes.
right? And it's Girabanya, Othard, Girabanya.
Yeah.
Which means that, like, by the time you're starting to get into the Girabanya story, all that momentum completely stops and you reset when you go to Kugane.
Yeah.
It probably
and then you get it, like,
alternated rather than done 2 Others.
I do enjoy.
Yeah.
I do enjoy the Far East portion of Stormblood more than the Girabanyan portion.
Yeah, I definitely felt like when I think of Stormblood, the first moments that come to my mind when I recall that expansion are definitely the Kugane moments. and the Doma moments. Because I think that we kind of spent the most unbroken amount of time doing.
Right. Well, you get the beginning and the end in one whole sweep because whereas the Girabania gets broken up for sure.
Which it kind of hurt the overall continuity of it a little bit, because by the time it's like you go back to Girabania at the end and you're like, oh right, I forgot everything had been happening in the beginning. What's going on again?
Right. What's so interesting to me about it is that, like, on paper, it makes sense. Like, the structure makes sense, but it just doesn't completely perfectly cohere.
Doesn't fully stick the landing.
Well, it works out in the end. I mean, you get a good payoff when you get the Othardians, like, being there.
Or the return to Girabania.
When they
okay, spoiler, big spoiler, but somebody dies, the leader of the resistance, and then I'm like, oh no, I should be so sad. Anyway.
Yeah. Moving on. Yeah, Hell's Weep is supposed to be a very big moment. Oh, I need to drop. Okay, sounds good, V. Thanks for joining in. Did anyone want to join in? Des, Dumino? Anyone want to come back?
Sure.
Cool. No offense to Lys and then Alamegans, but Girabania is a terrible place to live. It's not very fertile, and everyone is miserable, and they had so many wars. I mean, but you could easily say that about plenty of other places, and I think that rejects the amount of, like, cultural and vibrance and history and legacy that they have there. I mean, the thing is that just because a place isn't hyper fertile doesn't mean it. Like, you can have a place. They had all sorts of goods that they could trade, and they were doing, like, the problem was, like, the rule of the Mad King and being under Garlean foot, right? By that same logic, you say, like, well, no one should exist in Garlemald because it's a barren landscape. But there can be beauty found and, like, meaning found and culture and a home made in a place that's not, you know, the bounty.
I will say, environmentally, I love Stormblood. It is some of the prettiest places.
Yeah. It's got a very nice, diverse scenery and setting.
The expansion that brought us all the underwater stuff.
Well, since V just left, V actually V thinks that there's too much desert because of Girabania.
But desert can be really pretty though.
Ray, do you only have a healer, or Umino, do you want to do DPS?
I can DPS, that's no problem.
Whichever you guys prefer.
I will DPS.
To me, what's really interesting about the three Girabanian maps is that, can we get one person back on healer? There we go. Okay. Okay, Chris is on healer. We're going. It works. What's interesting to me about the three Girabanian maps is that they are, if you look at them in detail, they are wildly different from each other. They're very distinct. But, like, the impression of them, kind of just glancing over, is just arid, you know?
How do I heal again?
Wow.
Oh no.
Wow.
Perfect.
I'm just gonna jump off the edge now.
I'm pretty sure, like, every single one of White Mage's buttons heals someone, somehow.
There are two, but there's at least two that don't.
Yeah, at least.
It either heals or it blinds.
I'm sure it's fine.
It's you, Ton of Brits. I will excuse Stormblood for the great setup, but great Psychont and Odenta Kai, the absolutely giant, almost Sephiroth Masamune-sized Hingan sword. Forgot the proper word for the really big katana. Naitachi? Something like that. But yeah, massive we here, I should know. No offense to Lys and the Almegans, terrible place to live. Yeah, we talked about that. Like how you said big spoilers while literally beating Shadowbringer's final boss. I mean, I wasn't gonna say it. So many arid zones, it's insane. Stormland has some really nice locations, but I still to this day can't discern one Girabania map from the other. Yeah. I mean, I've spent enough time with them that I can, but I definitely, like I was saying, I can understand why if you kind of just pass over them, they all feel like one contiguous thing, which is kind of the point, but also, especially if you compare that to something like Shadowbringers, where you're getting such a variety of all 6 maps. And then you have, like, even with Heaven's Word, even though you've got Dravania and Kurthus, like, Azys Law is very different to, the Sea of Clouds, even though they're both floating islands, right? Western Kurthus is the only snowy map. The Forelands is a little boring, but it's it's not the same thing as like the Churning Mist. If anything, I would say the Churning Mist is a little bit too close to the Sea of Clouds for me. Like they are different, but there's still just a lot of we're up in the sky, motherfucker. Here's our land.
I heavily disagree about the Forelands, but that's okay.
No, dude, tell me. What do you? I would love to better understand. Like, what do you like about them?
They contain Ishgardian ruins from back when they were allies with the Dravanians. There's a lot.
But so does the Churning Mist.
True. But there's
also, like that's.
There's also current pure and Eorzean inhabitants. So a bit more varied lifestyle. The Churning Mist does have the Mughals, but
yeah, but Tailfeather, you mean, like with the chocobos and stuff? Yeah, I guess I'm trying to figure out why it's less interesting. I think because it kind of just feels like if you went a little north of Gridania and then threw Dravanian ruins in it, like if the Dravanian ruins in it were like way more specific to there and like really, really stark, like I think that might have done. I mean, they kind of are. I don't know why they don't.
I also have nostalgia goggles on because I really liked the Nath and Vath part of the storyline, especially because it was
that makes sense.
The adventuring party of Estinian, Alceo, and Ysael really like bonded.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that makes sense. I guess when I think of that, I tend to think of when they first arrive in the Churning Mists and the fire that they had there, or when you first meet up with Ysael again in Western Kurthus. But you're right, that is where you start actually like journeying together, because you have her with Shiva and Ravana, right? And like also in terms of at least some form of zest, you have there's the magma chamber area where you have to go to get up to the peak of Sumal. Are you in danger?
I'm in jail for tax evasion.
Yeah, you.
Oh no.
I was never not in jail.
Oh, so I guess it just targets the healer.
Yeah.
Yep.
That makes sense. To be fair, it can't be rainforest everywhere. Yeah. One with the tombs, one with the giant ship, one was the same location. I mean, one is the salt flats, one is the giant hole mountain, and one is the giant ship. That's basically how you remember the difference between the peaks, the fringes, and the locks. Thank you. No, not you. Thank you, AC.
I remember the locks because that's the only area I still haven't on a locked flight in.
Still?
I've been lazy.
Refuses to go back.
I haven't needed.
Maybe we have to do that. We just do that for a community event. We just do like making sure everyone unlocks all the different dungeons and flight paths.
I haven't needed to fly there because even during the weapon quest, it's like the teleport Aetheryte's like right in front of it.
Fair enough.
So you have.
My favorite part of Stormblood is Alphino showing his swimming skills by yeeting into the sea.
I love that part so much.
That's in the patch, I think, right? That's not even the main part of the story. I think that's in patch content.
Isn't that when you're going to find Gosetsu and Tsuyu? When they're in the Ruby Sea?
Post main story, Stormblood.
Yeah, I think that's 4. Is that 4.1 or 4.2? I think it's probably 4.2, isn't it? Because 4.1 is when you're doing Scala. I guess actually that would be fun to talk about, especially because, for instance, I don't have much nostalgia for Heavensward in particular, so that's a great example of I'd love to hear how Umino likes the Forelands. Why don't we go through some of the expansions and talk about what moments hit hardest? Since we're talking about Stormblood, let's start with that. I think my favorite moment, I mean, I've said it a bunch of times, but Gosetsu and then Nama. I love that moment so fucking much. And that's also just specifically say the point O.
Oh, hey.
Oh, hey!
I got a 6.
I'm going to pass
on
it because of the fact I have 84 totems, so...
You're so close.
I got a 6.
There's a chance. You could definitely...
I did not get it.
Hey, congratulations.
Please, I didn't have to.
Congratulations.
1-digit rolls on it. Don't forget to roll on loop. Call on Ryan's delivery on that yell. Yeah. So like, if we're talking about 4.0 in specific, like, what are your guys' favorite moments from it? Like, if you had to pick a specific one.
I kind of enjoyed. We're talking 4.0 without any of the stuff afterwards. Okay.
Correct. Not the .x patches.
Kugane Castle.
Kugane Castle.
Yeah,
like the dive in during the dungeon, or like the lead up.
Noma Castle.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. But like the lead up to the dungeon, or like the dungeon moment itself, or like the right afterwards with Yotsuyu.
Before and
like which part?
Because it's one of those like everything we did and everyone we met was meaningful kind of moments.
Mm-hmm.
For me, my favorite part was just being in the Azim Steppe, because of the fact my character is a Zayla, and getting the unique racial, the unique dialogue, since they were of the same people as me. I was like,
yeah,
yes.
Yeah, that's where mine is too. I'm like, I kind of have a bias.
I mean, that's fine. That's why I'm curious to ask, right? Because I play Eorzean in here, so I wouldn't have even thought about that.
It just hits differently. It hits differently on a Zayla.
I think my favorite part is right after the Nama.
Sorry, right after what?
Right after the Nama, where Hien says, you were magnificent. Terrifying, but magnificent.
Yeah, I think my favorite part was probably the Nadam.
The Nadam, yep.
Yeah.
Yes, that's what I was thinking.
That's a good fight.
That was probably my favorite part. And just like, in general, like the whole Azim Steppe story was probably my favorite part.
I will say though, who can forget Little Sun?
I was about to say
that
Little
was
Sun.
what I would say, but that was patch content.
That's patch content.
So
I'm like, well, there goes that.
Patch content.
Yeah, that's what, 4.4?
Yeah, that's when you go back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In terms of favorite fight, though, it has to be fucking Revel. I'm forgetting the name of the fight.
Susanoo?
Yes. Yeah. The fucking sword.
Joy in the revel of combat.
I do
Don't
love
stack
the
on me. Don't stack on me.
Uh-oh.
So if you have a stack marker, you can't stack close to each other.
You can't stack on stacks?
No, you cannot.
Yes, you can. You can never stack on stacks. If you see another person with a stack marker, whatever you are doing in whatever version of the game you are doing, I beseech you, because this happens in P9 all the time, do not get the fuck away from each other.
I'll get my stack. Oh, all right. Well, I'm dead again.
We'll play it out. We'll see what happens.
That's unfortunate. I rezzed into death.
Oof.
I should have shielded you. I'm sorry. DPS down. We got this. We can get this.
This is my lucid dream.
Sweet. Oh yeah, Susanoo is really cool too. Yeah, and that's the first time they introduced the block a thing mechanic, right, with the tanks where they have to grab the sword. That was really, I remember doing, I was playing obviously as a tank for the first time, and I did that. I was like, oh fuck yes.
Very badass.
Yeah, it was the second QuickTime event after the Alexander one, right?
Yeah, because there was Cruise Chaser was the first one.
Uh-oh.
Not enough DPS. You shalt never stacks unless it is Zande pre-Quake AoEs.
Well, the problem was
yes.
we kept trying to go in the same direction for like a good second.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me set up. One stack on A, one stack on B.
God, I hate this.
And let me actually move.
Well, I mean, we're both. That could have still happened because we both would have went to A and then went, oh shit.
Right. One of you. So the summoner always, or the healer probably always gets one, right?
Probably.
Healer, go to B.
Okay.
So yeah, Chris, you're on B.
B team rules.
You're green, so I put you on green. And yes, I know it's a very yellow green.
I'll take your word for it.
say it's just yellow, but okay.
That is yellow, but okay.
Right.
This is
Wouldn't be able to tell.
the amount of people who I've been like, it's like the blue gold dress thing again. Like the amount of people who are like dead are like, that's green or that's yellow is whatever color it is, somewhere of that hue.
You go to the sideways M marker. Hope that helps.
The sideways M with a dash under. Well, I guess it's just a very stylized middle, isn't it?
I mean, but look at the A. The A is stylized.
I will say,
Yeah, the V.
After
Well,
this-
no, that's just an upside V with a check mark.
I will say after this run, I am gonna bounce. I've been up since 9 a.m. and I'm tired.
Holy moly. Okay, thanks for joining in.
I can step in as another tank if needed.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
I'm
So say
still
after
at the
you,
tree just
step on
vibing,
the,
so I can be picked back up.
Sounds good.
Surviving and surviving.
I'm doing the Eastern dance, and yes, I'm vibing.
Okay, so we mentioned 4.0, but why don't we let's go down first. Umino, let's start with you, I guess. What's your favorite Heavensward scene? Luminar, remember, you can just invuln. Just invuln the meteors.
I keep on forgetting that. I'm so used to
If you are the
being
DPS with a
warrior.
stack marker, you go to A. Well, I mean, even if you home gang it, you can just it doesn't matter which tank you're on.
Yeah, I chose stack.
'Cause even if it's
Rather
Gunbreaker.
than running from her.
For base 3.0 Heavensward moments, I would say getting to know the Nat is one of the good ones for me.
Look, I like the Nath, but I'm curious, why do you like the Nath so much in particular?
Nostalgia goggles, because first Heavensward tribal quest that I completed, and all the Rememberborn ones are, I would kind of categorize differently.
They're fine at best. Best Heavensward moment. I mean, the Vault is a really good Heavensward.
Emotional
Yeah.
damage.
But like for me, because like the thing I value in those moments is our characters doing something that like people standing for the thing that they stand for at any cost just always is very moving.
What happened to my mana? Who used up all my
It
mana?
disappeared.
I ate
Oh,
it.
I was having some.
Yes.
Sorry.
Guys, I need that.
You know, I had an idea where on the day on the anniversary of Heavensward releasing, that I would drink a cup of hot chocolate in honor of Portia Font.
Aw.
So to continue off of that, would you count side quests, or are we specifically looking at the main story of Heavensward?
No, I think side quests are fine. Like I think whatever the
Okay.
most memorable moment for 3 Point is to you.
Because if that's the case, then the Dark Knight story.
Damn it!
Mm.
All my answers. Now I'm going to jail.
Yes.
Speaking of side
You have
quests,
gone to horny jail.
I'm innocent. I haven't done anything horny today.
Today.
What was that, Balte?
I was gonna say, if we're talking about side quests, I really like the one where you give out soup to people in Ishgard.
Mm-hmm.
Ah.
Very wholesome.
It's always so funny to me because I feel like the same quest that a lot of people love because it gives you small moments, like small, very like real world moments, are the ones that other people are like, why is this even a quest? Just different strokes, I think.
I think my favorite one is when Justinian tells Alphino, "You're sending them to their death. Or, you might be," and it's the first time Alphino's like, "Oh shit, I might be, wouldn't I?"
Mm-hmm. Speaking of Estinian, I think for me, one of the moments I really love for him is when you're in the Churning Mists and he has to confront the reality of like the relationship between the dragons and the Ishgardians and his actual history. And I love that he absolutely embraces the reality of it, but also true to who he is as a character, does not necessarily change what his duty is.
Oh no.
And I just think that's a really good form of character, because usually you either have someone who's just like, oh, I'm just going to ignore that and be obstinate and stubborn, or you're going to have someone who's like, oh my god, now I have to reevaluate everything. And instead you have someone who's like, I can't deny this. Clearly this is true.
On the
and
other
this
hand,
matters.
this guy is attacking my home, and I'm not going to let up
Right.
because of that.
Yeah. I thought you were Loki stalking me. Nope, just lonely.
And that's something that honestly drew me to Estinian and made me really like him.
Mm-hmm. Well, and it's why he's a completely different character in Heaven's Word versus the Dragoon storyline in Realm Reborn. Like, that's not entirely fair. Like, he's still, like, comparably the same character. He's just more angry in the Realm Reborn story. But, like, just the level to which they don't worry about engaging with what happens in that story versus compared to... Like, have any of you ever done the Dragoon story before doing Heaven's Word?
Yes.
They literally, it's the most hand-waved, like...
It's like he shows up out of nowhere after you just kicked his ass, and it's just like...
And nobody questions it.
Yeah.
Yep. We've met each other. Yes. Moving on.
Hard to recognize you when you're not on the other side of my lance.
I had to write a story about that because I felt it's like somebody needs to take care of it.
Fantastic.
I like to imagine that.
Make sure to roll on the loop.
I like to imagine Loki, the horse chiffon, had to pull him away and have a little talk with him to the side.
Like, dude, we can't kill him.
Behave.
You are not going to kill our dearest hero.
Luminar, how close are you to Hades now? Like at 88?
I'm at 86. It hurts, man. It hurts.
Oh, okay.
Do we want to...
Althea, that is emotional damage in a glam.
Yes, my emotional damage plate. Give me a moment. Let me even change my
Hold on.
my title.
Emotional damage.
Okay, actually, you know, here's one that I think would take some thought and thinking about. Also, again, Luminar, thanks for joining in. Favorite A Realm Reborn moment. Also, this is open to chat, so if any of you guys have specifics too, like, I need to like think about what actually would be my favorite A Realm Reborn moment.
My cop-out answer
I
for
felt
that
a
would
strong
be the
attachment to
Hildebrand
Neuraxia. And then I was sad.
Oh, with the attack on the Waking Sands.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was...
At least that moment hit the way it was supposed to then.
Yes.
It hit harder than the second playthrough when I actually realized what happened.
Yeah, I think that the sad thing about that ARR is so many times I feel like it's parts of it resonate more the second time through when you're not being so overwhelmed with the world building and other stuff going on.
Yes.
I'm kind of sad because actually one of my favorite moments in all of A Realm Reborn is no longer in A Realm Reborn. And that is, it used to be when you delivered the bodies from the Waking Sands to the Saint Lama de Dama, whatever the fuck is it, the chapel in Drybone. When you after you bury all the bodies, you also offer a prayer, and then you get the tagline, you offer a prayer to the 12, there's no response.
Oh,
that's all it says.
I vaguely remember that.
And it's like, dude, that hits so hard. I'm sad that they took that out.
Yeah. That was pretty good.
Didn't help it was sneaking his One of my favorite moments is when Edmont finishes writing the Book of Heaven's Word and he sits back and relaxes. It's a simple scene to end the tale, and I think back on events. Yeah, great scene, AC. What any of you guys got a favorite ARR scene off the top of your head?
I can't remember if it's ARR or Patches, but I think it's Patches. But
oh no,
Alphino goes around.
Wrong one.
Is talking.
Wrong one.
I am so sorry.
All good.
But Alphino is talking about, oh, you know, something about missing your sparkling repartee.
I remember that one. Or like something about how quiet you are. I'm like, wait a minute.
Yeah,
I have
well,
no
everybody's commenting on how quiet you are because Tancred is just like, you're going to give me one of those, another of your stoic nods, aren't you?
The amount of times that, like, apparently early on in A Realm Reborn, they wanted the characters to be, like, sort of self-insert, so they didn't want to, like, give them dialogue options or really have much of a voice. But they kept running, like, getting into problems, and I love that they just at a certain point started being like, fuck it, we're gonna point it out and call it out. And then as they got on into, especially, honestly, Heaven's Word, there's a lot more like dialogue options compared to A Realm Reborn, but really Stormblood, people forget, is when you start to get a way more dialogue options.
Yeah.
And they've kind of stepped it up every expansion since. Okay, so we done a, well, I guess we can do patch a second. What about Shadowbringers? Favorite Shadowbringers moments? And okay, let's just take off the final, everything to do with the final battle off the table so we can move on to other interesting moments.
Moments or switch.
Yeah. Oh, that hurts. I mean, really everything with Teslene
I
is
was
just
say
so fucking...
Teslene. I went with Alisaie first, and that was quite the welcome to Shadowbringers experience.
So Althea, you always start south. Oh, sorry, that was Umino stepping into it. My bad.
I really liked the Knights Blessed. Kind of based on the fact that
stack on top of one another.
Don't stack the stacks. For a circumstantial reason, when I was playing through Shadowbringers, I was playing Red Mage, and I had a visible like collar with a gem on it. And the part of the story they explained how part of their culture is like having the gems that their souls recede into when they die, and how they like put them into the basin that represents the night sky. I was like, oh, I have one of those.
Oh, that's really cute. Yeah, the Knights Blessed I think is a really great scene, really great for the amount of cultural development they do while also making it like you emotionally invested in their fate and outcome. Teslene stuff. I really like Ardbur at the Battle of Lakeland when Ardbur just desperately is just trying to stop stop the Sin Eaters from killing people and can't do anything and is like trying to contend with that, and then and he's unable to do anything while the rain falls, but then also you see the Warrior of Light lead the charge of a bunch of the Crystarium people to take back, to try to take the field. That scene works really well.
In base content, my favorite scene is the one where you and Arbert, like, it's after Crown of the Immaculate. That scene with you and him is...
Talking at the tower, at the lookout. Yeah. When he figures it out before you do, but it's tough. Yeah. Oh.
Hold on, actually.
I mean, let's be real. Everything with Ardbur and Shadowbringers is really
I could watch anything with Ardbur and I'd be ecstatic about it. Like I can listen to that man talk forever about nothing.
So is everybody else does everybody else still get chills when they hear Oshan's voice and it's Ardbur?
Yeah. Yes.
And it pisses me off.
Yeah. How dare you manipulate my emotions?
Like, how dare you do this to me? How dare you remind me of him with these voice lines that say this is the final
Althea,
moment.
you will always start south, and I will always start north.
I'm in horny jail.
Of course.
What do you mean, of course? This is slander.
Listen, there are quotes in the Discord from you that would prove...
They had context.
That would make you guilty of going to horny jail.
Context is important. Look, if you just quote me about talking about intergluteal clefts and where you need to stand in them out of context, like, context matters. Such devastation. My favorite Shadowbringer moment is when our branch gives us a pep talk right before the end.
Yeah.
I love that scene. I love that scene for so many reasons. I love that scene because it's a great Feoul scene. But what I love about that scene is also Feoul is such a pixie in that moment of like, we could run away. We could just like the capricious parts of like she does mean it that she would run away with you in a heartbeat if you asked her if you asked to.
Oh fuck.
All right, what happened? No.
There we go.
All right, no.
Oh fuck.
I love that that's true, but she also knows you well enough to know that you would never you never would, you know? Like at your lowest moment, you have a way out, but the fact that you choose not to take it, I think, is really so indicative of, you know, that's what makes you a hero.
I can also just listen to Elizabeth talk forever as well.
Yeah,
Mood.
it's easy to listen.
Like, please speak more.
I think one of my favorites is where Eorzean's trying to explain to Reen that you know, you didn't do this. This was, and it wasn't him either.
Yep. You're talking about the scene where he's talking with her in Meringue towards like the back third. Yeah, I love that scene because to me that was also such a great scene. I had always loved Eorzean, and that was such a scene to me of explaining the ways in which he absolutely can connect to people, and the ways in which he can see and comfort people where others might struggle more.
Yeah,
Shadowbringers really made me appreciate Eorzean a lot more.
Yeah.
Can I talk about?
Because I think it's.
Can I talk about the patch?
Yeah. Has everybody finished 6.5?
Yeah.
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 Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. Go ahead then.
It's not a very deep cut, but I liked 6.5 because it was the first time the trolley successfully took anyone anywhere.
That's true. I didn't think about that, but you're absolutely right.
That's funny.
That's
really funny.
That's good. They're really trying to.
Speaking of trolley, though, the fight between Thancred and Ranji is that's a great scene. Man, I just feel like I'm just gonna be like, it's just like, well, this was a good thing, and this was good. Like, just all Shadowbringers turns out was pretty good.
We're gonna say everything about Shadowbringers is just good.
The emotional damage after Seed of Sacrifice.
Yep.
I am actually going to be getting a tattoo pretty soon of a quote from that on me.
Oh.
Wait,
yeah.
Let me guess.
Sure.
Is it the one where he mentions the rains have ceased?
Rains have ceased?
No, it's not from Elizabeth.
Okay, so it's after.
Is it from
It's a
the
Graha
Exarch
quote,
in his final moments?
Yes, it's a Graha quote.
Yeah.
That makes more sense now that I think about it. I should have.
I mean, Chris, in your defense, I absolutely would get a tattoo of the Rains of Cease, but you're no longer here to see it.
So
yeah.
bad.
Wrecks me.
It's gonna be I'm gonna get the soul vessel with the quote from Graha saying, "Promise me you'll take me on your next adventure."
Oh.
Yeah.
God.
Oh, my body here will stand as testament. Oh, that just fucking gets me. That hope is everlasting. Oh. Fuck me, man. Okay, can I go on a little bit of a rant for a second?
Sure.
Always.
Why do you think we're here?
I'm sorry, I know you were acquiescing, but I just love that the vibe of that sure sounded almost like, okay, yeah, here we go again. No, but I like Endwalker a lot. I get that I'm a stan for it, but I get frustrated when people say, when people just say, oh, something's doing the power of friendship and it's stupid. It bothers me that people will just throw that out there without really, like, if anything is at all about faith or believing in each other or hope, it's like, oh, that's the power of friendship. Like, people just say, like, a Realm Reborn ends with an actual power of friendship moment, that's stupid. Like I appreciate what they're trying to do in that moment, but when you break out La Habrea, from Thancred, and for some reason Merlwyb and everyone's there, and it's like, wait, what's going on? Why is this happening? Like, I can admit that there are moments in this game just that, but to me, I have a problem that Endwalker does not end with a power of friendship moment. It is a expansion that goes exceedingly out of its way to talk about what it means to have faith, belief, and hope in a better tomorrow when the inevitability of the end is all around you. And so I have a problem that when it's discounted as it's just about, oh, it's just the power of friendship, when it's not, that is I don't think actually warranted. like, you don't save each other because, I mean, I guess it's only true that that's true if having faith in each other is in, no matter what the context, a story about the power of friendship. And I don't think when people think about that, I feel like what they're talking about is a shonen anime where they're like, my friends will win the day for me, or, you know, like that. So, I don't know. Does anyone disagree with me on that? Does anyone?
Yeah,
that's true.
You don't get any unearned power up just because you have power of friendship.
Yeah. Like, motherfucker, Kingdom Hearts does power friendship bullshit. I will get behind that. And this game has. It annoys me that it feels like people don't like that something is earnestly about the importance of believing in each other and that our bonds unite us, that any form of telling a story that is about that kind of inherently must be a power of friendship thing.
Honestly, I never really, like, you said it best, where it's definitely like the power of friendship is very easily seen and found in like shonen animes. And definitely when I'm watching a shonen anime, I'm like, okay, this is the power of friendship moment. Which is not necessarily a bad thing, but it's definitely a noticeable thing. But when I was playing through this game, I never really had that same feeling of like, oh, this is like that tropey power of friendship thing. Until the very end of Endwalker, when they literally have like the scene of everyone on the Ragnarok praying, and I'm like, okay, now this is the power of friendship moment, and I'm here for it. I love it.
Yeah, it was.
And that's what's interesting. I feel like that's one moment where to me, if your entire game thematically has been about the importance of hope and belief in each other, and you've been building that in the entire time, and your faith, like, yes, how do I put this? To me, there is a difference between whether or not you can describe something as literally the power of faith in each other is about our connections, and that is friendship, and ergo, there is a certain aspect of the power of our bonds and friendship are what drive a moment, versus the, like, the trope of the power of friendship.
Yeah, no.
Does that make sense?
No, yeah, I definitely know what you're saying.
It earns it.
This game definitely does it in a more unique and nuanced way than just saying, I'm going to beat you up with the power of friends.
Hard magic system.
Yes.
You're allowed to say the expansion can end on power of friendship if the entire boss theme is power of no friends.
Yeah, and I guess, like, look, if your entire thing is thematically about the existential despair and how to, you know, grapple with that.
Oh no,
no. I don't know. I know. Look, I have a bee in my bonnet about it because, one, the story means a lot to me because thematically what it's about. But I also just, I don't know. I'm overly and quickly annoyed at things being poo-pooed or disregarded, especially with when, you know, it's kind of like when people will throw out the term Mary Sue or fridged or like all those things, just like, oh, a female character died, so they were fridged. And it's like, no, that's not, yeah.
I think that's just the way people interpret all media for their own individual preference.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It's hard too, right? Because like the point I want to make is more in specific defense or articulation of my counterpoint, not to blindly say people who Endwalker wasn't their favorite or something are wrong and how dare they. It's more that I'm trying to like communicate and articulate that when someone says Endwalker is bad because it's just a power of friendship story, that annoys me because it. Yeah, I don't know.
I feel like, I don't know if this is what you're saying, but the way I'm hearing this is that you're annoyed because people are used. Maybe I don't know how to explain it either. Now that I think about it.
I don't know.
I know what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
And I definitely empathize with that feeling.
Yeah. Like, I have a lot of people in my life who like Shadowbringers more than Endwalker, and I get it. Look, I adore the fuck out of Shadowbringers, and I understand that, like, the reason I love Endwalker as much as I do has to do with a lot of specific life reasons as well. but it is weird to me. I don't know. Part of it, I think, comes from just the fact that it's weird how much people will say something is bad or good without
giving a point.
Like, if something doesn't
why.
fully work. Yeah, or that especially, but also, like, for instance, Stormblood is not a bad expansion.
No.
It's way less good than Shadowbringers. Let's just say Shadowbringers. That's the one most universally, I think, agreed on by most people. It's way worse than Shadowbringers, but I think that it's this weird thing that just because it's worse than Shadowbringers, some people are like, well, now that's bad, but Shadowbringers is good. It's like, no, it can just be less good and still be perfectly fine. Like, that is a realm that exists within quality, you know?
Yeah, being less good than something else does not make it bad.
Yeah.
It's
'Cause
not
I think
just
they're all
freaking
good.
incredible.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I guess that's just the thing, is that, like, I feel sometimes like just because of barometers have been set to certain highs and certain lows, that for all of a sudden there's no interim between. Like, if Dawn Trail is weaker than let's say Dawn Trail is weaker than Endwalker and Shadowbringers, let's say it's on the level of like slightly better than Stormblood. That doesn't really technically mean it's a failure. It just means it's like you can't be great all the time.
Yeah,
sometimes.
honestly, that's kind of what I would want to an extent, because you know, when you're riding that high for so long, eventually it loses its edge.
Yes.
Right. Well, and you have to have build in order to
Exactly.
build to something paying off, right?
Yep. You can't have payoff without, you know, setup.
Yeah. I mean, hell, like, the Arbor stuff only works because of the setup throughout Shadowbringers for it, but also because the Warrior Darkness stuff in Heavensward, and also the plight that you've been contending with throughout the story thus far. Yeah. Loki, good to glad to have you. How you doing, Emily? Best way I've heard Stormblood described is that it's an 8 out of 10 sandwich between two 10 out of 10s.
Yeah.
You know, okay. Controversial statement on my part. I like Heavensward. I don't love Heavensward near as much as I think some other people do.
Umino,
Yeah,
why?
why are you trying to kill us all?
Umino, why?
I see you.
Because I said the shit about Heavensward, and so
Oh.
Umino in chat goes,
Umino chose silence.
I would rank, for me, here's how I'd rank it. I would be like, Heavensward is an 8 out of 10, Stormblood's a 7 out of 10, and Endwalker and Shadowbringers for me are 10s out of 10s. But I know some people really, really, like, it's also relative. Like, Heavensward compared to A Realm Reborn, for instance, is such a step up that, especially I think if you were playing on expansion, I can only imagine how much you would have been, like, thrilled by it.
Honestly, all the reviews and rave about Heavensward is what got me to play the game.
Nice. And actually, here's a question then: did you feel let down when you got to it, or did you feel like it matched what people had?
No, I felt it was justified.
Okay.
I felt like the hype was justified.
Because I started playing before Shadowbringers, I didn't have people like ranting and raving about Shadowbringers before I started playing, but I know a lot of people joined in especially the period between Shadowbringers and Endwalker. So I know a lot of people had Shadowbringers hyped, but I haven't really heard of at least anyone in my life who had Shadowbringers hyped and wasn't happy with the result, I guess I'd say.
Yeah.
Name a show or game where the power of friendship actually failed. Their prayer-empowered unit plays where it has tangible phenomenon. Yeah.
Subspace
I don't know. That's such a specific call-out, but I love it. Yeah, I guess with Taboo in it.
Sonic was the Deus Ex Machina there. Power of friendship failed.
I mean, I guess also kind of with Galeem in Ultimate, like...
I never got.
Well, I mean, just like the way that the Ultimate story opens, like all the Smash Bros. People stand united, ready to fight off against Galeem, and they just get got.
Right. Yeah.
You know.
Yep.
As a Kirby main, also I have to say, starting with Kirby felt pretty good. Like Kirby being the last one to survive, I was like, okay, I'm kind of happy with that.
Another one that comes to mind was in the Avatar: The Last Airbender series when they're invading the Fire Nation for the first time.
Right. Yeah. During the eclipse.
That was definitely like a big climax moment that ended up
Yeah.
paying off, and then things got bad for a bit.
it feels so much better for it, though. The actual climax feels so much stronger because of it.
Yeah.
Because, like, they're on the back foot after the Earth Kingdom, and then they're, like, they've got their plan, and they're ready to go, and it just doesn't freaking at all pan out. It's like, what do we do now? And especially with, like, what, only 6 episodes left after that? The fact that they managed to, like, come back around and have, like, an even more satisfying conclusion is amazing. Hey.
Oh no, poor Risky.
Regarding people like doing and saying things about Final Fantasy XIV or any media is that at some point it's just like it doesn't seem like people are very readily enjoying things or trying to find enjoyment in things, and instead are more trying to find fault. And so it's like really the worst thing that you can say about a piece of media is that it doesn't garner enough enjoyment or entertainment to keep your attention. And after that, it's like don't watch it, don't engage with it.
Yeah, just don't engage with it.
I never really understood that mentality of
I have to ruin it for other people.
Yeah, having to make sure everyone hears you complain about something, which I can understand in the sense of like a constructive conversation about it. But to just be like, oh, this is stupid, I hate this, why do people like this, I want everyone to understand that this is dumb because I think it's dumb.
I think if we want to be charitable, I mean, maybe this isn't charitable, some people, the deconstruction of if something they didn't respond to something or they didn't like something, experiencing someone else deconstruct why they think it's bad can be cathartic. So I think for some people that's understandable, right? But I think there's 2 things that you can do. One of which is I love critical discourse on games and even things that I love. I love channels. This is kind of different because it's not really a movie I liked, but there's a channel called Folding Ideas, great YouTube channel, or a channel like Noah Caldwell-Gervais, where they talk about games, and it's like you can love a thing, or even you can love a thing and be critical of it, A, but B, you can appreciate a thing while also being critical without just demeaning it. And I don't know. I just don't think sometimes it doesn't seem. Okay. Here's also part of it. I think if you are ineloquent and are inconsiderate, you're more likely to not care if you're shouting loudly and dumbly. To be frank. And that's not to dismiss everyone who's being critical of a thing or even shouting loudly. But like, the more you, what is it? The great tragedy is that those I forget what the quote is exactly. But basically, the more those who think and are really considerate about what they're saying are less likely to speak, and those who are the less considerate, the more likely you are to speak. And kind of, so it results that the people speaking the most and the loudest are those who are maybe not necessarily being the most considerate of what they're saying. Yeah.
I can see kind of what you're saying too, where like people find satisfaction or resolution from feeling like they're part of an in-group that has a shared opinion.
That too.
It also reminds me of Yelp reviews. Like, people only leave reviews when they're upset. They don't leave reviews when they are happy or enjoyed something.
Yeah.
People are more
also
vocal
humans
when they're upset about stuff.
Yeah, it doesn't help that. When you're upset about something, you're more, for exactly what you're saying, you're more likely to engage with it, and that means that there's more likely to spread.
Yeah.
So that's why there's more channels like Cinema Sins than channels like Everything Great About. Because there is a like YouTube channel that does basically everything great about a movie, in similar way that Cinema Sins does that thing. And it's just kind of really humorous, the level to which there's a direct contrast between like how well one of them does and the other. That's almost like linear.
I think also like negative emotions get a lot more traction and engagement on social media, so the algorithms will push it a lot harder.
Yeah.
Exactly. There's a great CGB Grey video explaining like some of the like psychological studies on that in specific.
I'm off to jail. Goodbye, everybody.
We'll break you out.
Anyone got Bale?
I also think I raised Heaven's Word off the 8 or 9 because I also swapped to being a dark when I started Heaven's Word. Okay. And was doing Dark Story at the time, which makes everything feel more impactful. That's fair. Yeah, that's definitely fair, Loki. Speaking of Avatar, me and Father actually fully finished the show. Nice. Yeah, very good. The that trailer that they released for the live action version is looking pretty okay. So here's hoping. Cross fingers. Horny Ice.
Finally a live action adaptation.
I know.
Well, the One Piece one was actually really good. I see what joke you're making.
The bar for Avatar: The Last Airbender live action adaptations is like the Earth's core, so it can only be better.
They could not make a worse one, because if they made a mediocre one, it would be better. If they made something worse, it would be so spectacularly bad that I would have to watch it and like
for the history
and just be baffled by it, right? Like, because the thing is, if it was worse, it would go all the way around to being funny. The thing about the Shyamalan one is that it was just terrible, like not with many redeeming factors. Terrible.
It was just It was awful to watch. Like, not even getting drunk and watching it helped dull the pain. Like, you can watch some pretty bad movies that cross back into being funny, like Manos and that sort of thing. But it was just terrible. Like, I was not happy afterwards.
Honestly, but this is like kind of an example of what I'm talking about. It's like, I'm sure someone out there possibly has to like it, right? But like, and I'd be fascinated to know, understand their reasons why, like understand more about it. I genuinely would.
Yeah. That would be like finding a unicorn.
But at the same time, I can't take away the fact that I remember watching that film and remember seeing that and in like 2010 in theaters and being like, this is the first time that I have a clear-cut way of understanding what bad acting is. Like it was the first time I genuinely could point to something and be like, oh, that's a good example of bad acting. In the same way that the Suicide Squad film was the first time I could point at something as bad editing. Like just to explain the concept of bad editing.
A case study, you could say.
Yeah.
The first thing I asked to someone who, if they have that opinion of liking the movie better, I would say, okay, but have you seen the TV series it's associated with?
Maybe in a vacuum, if someone's never watched a movie before in their life, and that was like their first exposure to it.
I'm trying to come up with a reason someone might like the live action more. Like, obviously, it's easy to be like, okay, I'm not in their shoes, so I'm going to come up with something. Also, but I mean, I guess because it's just so much straightforward, an abridged version of the first show. It's not even like it really does anything different.
Oh, wait, hold on, not going yet.
Okay.
I think if the new live action series is just a live action version of the thing, like even if it's shot for shot, if they do the visual effects successfully, I will find it entertaining.
Mm-hmm.
But
I'm in the same camp,
didn't
honestly.
Do that.
No, for so many reasons the movie didn't do that.
Okay. If it doesn't take 10 people to move a tiny boulder.
Did you remind me of that stupid scene?
Okay, but wait, see, this is so can you, I can imagine like an MSTK 3000 watching of that with a scene like that, because like a riff tracks of moments like that could be funny, right?
Could be, yeah.
Like we can agree, because it is really funny when you have like literally 6 guys doing full moves, the one guy who screams and pushes it, and like just a tiny little stone floats across the screen. It's so funny.
There's moments of humor in that shouldn't have been funny but are funny.
No.
Like penis hair.
Wait, what?
The chick from the Water Tribe, I'm blanking on her name suddenly, but her hair it looks very phallic.
Oh.
I never even thought about that. Like, oh my god, that's wow. But like this is. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just continuing on saying like, yeah, it's a thing.
This is kind of like a microcosm, but just to go back a bit. For instance, I have that feeling about Dravanian Foreland, right? Like it feels more meh. But when Umino is like, I actually love it. Like I genuinely have a curiosity to know, and my hope is that by understanding what Umino likes about it, I will either at worst better understand what I don't like about it, but at best maybe have new appreciation for the thing. And I don't know. I wish that was more the mindset heading into media And maybe it is for more people than I think, right? It's very easy for the people who don't feel that way or don't act that way to sound like they're a majority when really they're just a loud minority.
I think that's mostly it. I think it's mostly that. I'm sure a lot of people are more inclined to enjoy something, but you just don't hear about them enjoying it as often as you hear about the people who don't enjoy it.
Yeah, we touched upon it already. There's no really incentive for social.
Why are you doing this?
Why are you doing this to me?
I'm rezzing Chris.
My bones.
I beseech you all, please, for the sake of all your future runs, just if you see someone else's run, and if you have it and you don't see the other one, go ahead and wiggle. Just wiggle a little bit. You might find out that you're standing right on top of one.
Bro, I was.
You know, it'll be.
I saw the double marker and I just sprinted the fuck out.
I ran so far that no one stacked with me and I died, which I think was the problem.
Yeah.
Well done.
Well, we're recovering. We're good. Can Warrior of Light be canonized as a saint?
Depends on.
I guess in theory.
What does sainthood even mean in the context of?
Who's the Pope?
I was to say there's different terms of context depending on your religious affiliation, depends on the context of what your definition is.
I mean, you also were kind of resultant in the end of most of the source of people's worships no longer being around. So, like, it'd be interesting to be considered a saint.
For destroying your religion.
Yeah. I destroyed your god. Praise me.
Well, that's a secret.
The Saint of Sayas.
Yeah, we ain't telling nobody about that.
True. Anything and everything negative is more attention grabbing, while praises are considered boring. Yeah. Which is just, I don't know. Do you guys, I feel like I'm so surrounded by often like a lot of criticism. I just find like, not criticism, but I find negativity very boring and draining. And I kind of am just more interested in things being either not celebrated, like ignoring a thing's flaws, but just like.
If you're gonna dislike something, like,
yeah,
be an adult about it and like have a conversation about it.
Yes.
Be constructive about it.
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of people who probably feel like they are being constructive in their negativity, you know? Because most people don't think of themselves as the
villain. Think that's just a problem of people not knowing how to communicate properly.
True. Fair enough.
I got yanked into the gal, so I am sorry.
Oh, join me in horny jail.
Wow.
Also, just because I didn't realize this until the time I was, I think, by the time I was in Shadowbringers, it is jail. It's just an old-timey way of spelling jail.
Yeah. There was a time where I incorrectly pronounced it as Gale.
Oh, I did too for a long time.
And then I'm like, oh, that's just Gale? Oh, alright. I think it was this game specifically but they had like a voice line that correctly pronounced it.
They do. There is maybe it might be in Heaven's Word when you do when you're breaking up Raban, when they actually say it with a voice.
Yeah, and that's.
But I don't think I noticed.
It's just jail.
Yeah. Well, Netflix did One Piece amazing, so my hopes for Avatar is higher now. Yeah, it is interesting. The original creators have backed out from the creation of it, but I have to say, just looking at that trailer, it looks like they're doing it right. So we'll see. Yui, whose actress went on to voice Asami. Sorry, Liddy, what was that a reference to? My experience, Elio, more people are like you. It's just that others are so much louder than us. Yeah. I mean, I think like T is a good example of that, right? It's telling that like a lot of you guys care to be here and to converse about this stuff, especially when I appreciate you guys listening to me and conversing with me when I'm as stubborn as I am. I'm just always right. It's hard to ever concede.
Yeah. Must be such a burden.
The weight, the incredible burden of this massive talent and ego.
The curse of knowledge and charisma.
Yep.
God.
Clearly. Oh my God, have you guys seen oh my God, The Incredible Weight of Massive Talent, or I'm forgetting the Nick Cage film that came out with Pedro Pascal recently?
I have not.
Okay.
I've seen the meme from it.
Yes.
If no one here knows what I'm talking about and you like Nick Cage films, you need to go watch that film. It's amazing.
There's a pretty significant meme from it that I'm very familiar with. It's like when they're both driving down like the road and Nick Cage gives like this look like of like what the fuck, dude, and Pedro's just like smiling at him.
That's just strong Pedro energy. Loud Midori, if you will. Honestly, low-key surprised that this hasn't been a storyline where the Warrior of Light is primal. Well, I mean, to be fair, lady, technically speaking, that is what the storyline for 5.3 is, right? Like people's faith and belief in a hero, like a the Warrior of Light being drawn into Elidibus in order to create his primal form that you fight in the Seat of Sacrifice.
Just like
so technically speaking, I do think that's the closest we'd ever get to that form of that narrative. I don't know. Does anybody disagree with that one?
I don't think
Yeah,
so.
it gets explored. And then as far as in-universe reasoning, there's more to just becoming a primal than belief.
Right. The Water Tribe character with the phallic hair. Yeah.
Uh-oh.
We saved the universe.
Really
Yeah.
fast.
Oh, yeah, hold on. No, I zoned out. We're good.
Oh, okay.
Oh, Yui, the character and whose voice is Sami. Oh, I didn't even realize she voiced Sami. Oh, that's cool to know. Does anyone need the technically it's not a mount, but does anyone need the Shadowbringer's Diable gear by any chance?
Yes.
Cool.
So much.
If you want, we could do Memoria Miseria quick, just because it's
Oh
fun.
yes, I'd like to do that
Yeah.
one. I've not done it before.
I can always use more glam.
Still bitter that they
We will
locked the Diable versions behind that.
Okay, hear me out. I think you're probably right, because I think having the Diable versions connected into role quests, I think works really well as an incentive for that.
Yeah.
But I do like that they gave us an extra EX that had a fun gear associated with it, and also it's a cool EX.
It is a cool EX. It is enjoyable, but it's also like not easy to do with few people.
Right.
So it's always
You do
like,
have to
oh,
party
you gotta,
find,
like,
you can't-
get a whole
yeah.
group together, which can be hard, just for
Nope. That's fair.
That's kind of my gripe about
Actually,
it. It's like it's fun and I like doing it, but also like the hassle of like scheduling, getting other people or party finder with people is like.
So what you're saying is that Friends is the hardest part of doing an EX.
Yeah, I hate Friends.
Wow. Say that to my face, Chris.
I'd be I'm actually curious about your guys' ideas, because like this is I think a good kind of microcosm of people's different playing experience, and that is that, you know, getting people together to do an EX for me, not that hard. I can either party finder it or get people with T, and with Savage it's not that hard to do either. Like I can get I can get people for a static, or I can just find people or party find and stuff. But I know for a lot of people that's so terrifying that they won't even engage with the content. So I guess, do any of you guys avoid doing current EX or Savage content because of the hassle of trying to find people to do it with?
Yes.
Like, is that?
Yes.
100%.
Okay.
Having a consistent group versus having to party find as well, I know is a huge thing for people. So, in my experience, doing Savage content and also doing EX content on the side, party finding I'm finding is there's a lot more nuance to it. I have a lot more negative than positive experiences with party finder.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like I only join like EXs if I like know the fight 100%, don't need call outs, don't need anything.
That's why I haven't done many.
Yeah, so like I've party findered into EX7 because I think I know the fight pretty well. But party finder, it's a mixed bag. Sometimes I get a group that can clear it 20 times in a row, no problem. Sometimes I have a group that can't get past meteors. Even though the group says past meteors, this is a clear party.
Yeah, that's kind of my stigma with it is I don't do any kind of extreme or more difficult content unless I have a group of people to do it with. I've done occasional party finders, but like they've also been really hit or miss. And most of the time I'm just like, I don't want to have to deal with the unknown of it all. Like, you never know what you're going to get into. You can get into a really good group and be there for a couple of hours and it'll be great, but you can also get like a really bad string of bad groups and toxicity, and honestly, I'm just not willing to roll that die.
Well, right, yeah. So I was just about to ask slash kind of insinuate. And the problem is that it's not even just whether or not it will go bad. It's just the risk of it going bad isn't worth the stress.
Exactly.
So you like, why put the energy towards? Yeah.
That is my personal preference of it.
And the reason I kind of bring that up and ask is I think a good example of it's not just to the point about Memoria Miseria, right? It's not about whether or not the content is approachable in and of itself. It's about whether or not you can approach it with relative ease at all. And so even more, I think that fuels to your point, right? About how it's all well and good that Memoria Miseria is fun, but
it's
a pain in the ass.
I don't have any gripes with the fight itself. It's just like it's especially worse. It gets especially worse when the content becomes older and older, and there's less and less people running it. To the point where now it's
the nice thing about that is the unsyncing system exists, right? That's kind of like how they counteract
exactly.
that.
But there's always like that grace period before it's like with this, like these extreme trials. It's like you still can't do them solo. You still need like a group, but it just goes faster. So it's in that weird like in between period where it's like still not easy to do really quickly with few people. You still need a big group and coordinate and get a bunch of people together or party find it. But then you have like the two ends of the extreme where it's like on end, like current end game content is a lot more into coordination, scheduling, and teamwork. And part of finding that is like definitely not on the table for me, because everyone needs to be even more on top of everything than they would if you were doing something like this, where this is kind of like if one or two people die or mess up, then it's like sure, whatever.
Yeah, completely.
So there's like
I guess I was gonna like kind of consolidate at a certain point. At a certain point, if it requires getting people, there isn't necessarily that big a difference between doing an EX and an Ultimate, right? If the hardest part is getting people, it's like
it's just about getting bodies together. Then it's like that would be the threshold of me wanting to go into that kind of content wouldn't be as high as it is currently. If it was
well, I'm glad you guys are here.
A body count.
Yeah, also, I mean, I see your things. Give me a second. I'm going to read it. I just wanted to let Chris finish. Okay. I always need more job gear from Shadowbringers. Noted. How many in this chat and group still haven't really touched, say, this Savage tier or more? Oh, that's a great question, Amina. Okay, how many people haven't done any of the current Savage? Like any of Pandemonium?
I haven't.
Not I.
Same.
Seeing as Dest and Umino are in my static, I'm pretty sure that I know you guys have.
I definitely have not. I don't know what limit cut is. I don't know what.
Would you guys want to learn like P1S sometime?
Actually, let me revise my answer. The P1S is the only one I have done, and that one's fun.
Okay.
So I have run on release Savage content. I did all of Eden Tier 1 and Tier 2 on release. But that was because I had a group of people to run with, and I had the time to run it. Now I have neither of those things, so I don't do it.
Yeah. Well, okay, good. We'll make sure to run more of that. So, like, we were just doing Eden with a bunch of T people, E12 not too long ago. That was actually really fun unsynced because you still had to learn some mechanics, but it was pretty simple. No, I'd love to do more stuff like that, and I'd love to do more stuff. Make T more and more a place where, like, if you want to get, look, if you're gonna do, if you want to do links farming, whatever, maybe if you can't get 8 people on at the same time, at least you can get 6, and PFing 2 people, a lot easier than PFing 7. Oh yeah, we can do Memoria. Sure, go ahead and cancel that. Where do you pick up Memoria Miseria? Do you pick it up in?
That's a great
good question.
I cannot remember for the life of me. Was it Bozja?
Hold on.
I mean, it is Bozja, yeah.
Wandering Dramaturge standing nearby in Gangos.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Okay, it is in Gangoose. I was about to say, is it there? So to get there, you got to you want to go to Doma.
Enclave.
You want to go to Go to
the Enclave and you teleport from the 8th, right?
Correct. Kiko, good to glad to have you. Oh, thank you, AC. On that note, I must bounce. Running a session in a moment. Happy farming. Thanks, lady. Thanks for joining. And yeah, also thanks to everyone who did join and who also is currently here. I appreciate it. It's a lot more fun.
This is honestly probably my last fully free-ish weekend before I gotta get back to schoolwork.
Oh, well, hopefully we'll be doing maybe some events during the week or what have you, especially with I'm thinking about switching back to streaming more often during the week because I'll have some time. And I also want to do 11, so we can definitely try to run some stuff.
Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff in 11 that gets talked about.
Yeah, well, we're getting Echoes of Vana'diel for the Alliance raid
coming out too. That's gonna be good.
Yeah,
Which I wish I had time to like play 11 so I can understand it more, but I don't.
There's
see
a
that
couple
happening.
of synopsis videos out. Let's see if I can't find them again. That I watched. It's just like, oh, okay, well, that's interesting.
Yeah, maybe I'll have to do something like that where I watch like a playthrough of it or something.
Mm-hmm.
I will have VODs if you want to watch a playthrough of it when we go through it. So I don't know if that sounds entertaining, but if it does, that was one way.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see when we get there.
Was there a stream on Thursday?
This Thursday?
This last Thursday.
It was I did a stream of me working,
right.
mainly because Ninieri and me are having to figure out new scheduling and times.
I was just trying to decide if I missed anything on 5.
No, you didn't miss anything in 5. But me and Ninieri should be back on that this coming Thursday. Let's throw a ready check to make sure everyone got it. I couldn't tell in voice who said that hadn't done any Savage Elio. Can you send me a DM when you have a free moment? Yeah. Pretty much I think it was everyone other than Umino and Dest, right?
I think so.
I don't think Althea, Chris,
Althea
Zilva.
did P1S.
P1S, yeah. And Zilva did P1S.
Zilva did P1S, okay.
And a little 2. 2 is fun. 3 is a nightmare.
I don't know why I forgot we were doing this.
Honestly, there's only really 1 or 2 key main mechanics
that
are going to be important. First and most important thing is everyone who is not the main tank stand behind him and stacked close together. Like stand directly on top of each other and stand directly south of his butt. Basically, you can turn the attacks. Yeah. So the main thing is basically he's gonna have she's got 2 main things that we're gonna have to worry about at the beginning. We'll see how much we see of the later stuff. That is that he's going to do this attack where he creates X's that are spawned wherever everybody's standing and facing. So if you guys are all behind him facing the same direction, they'll all go directly north and mine will go directly south. So once they form, basically all of us just then move to the sides to avoid the X's. The other thing is that he's going to attack where he basically goes 1, 2, 3, 4, swipes half of the arena with his sword like 3 or 4 times, and then he turns around and swipes 1 time. If you've done Golbez, it's like that. Make sense?
Bold
Yeah.
to assume I remember Golbez.
It's all coming back.
Okay, well, I'm just saying.
If you've done Limb Lane, it's like that, but with 4 hits
Okay.
to begin with, and then 1 on the other side.
There you go.
Follow Dorito, and we'll see what we need to worry about.
Yeah, Chris, I'm gonna just say you be my duo. Use my second. So when he creates, he's gonna create 2 spots that are gonna be. It's like Susano, where the tank has to take a spot.
Yes.
It's like that, but there'll be 2 of them. I'm gonna take one, you take the other. Oh no, okay, Umino's saying that Umino will do it. Okay. I was just saying more DPS to get him down faster, but that's fine. Okay. Let's count down. I think this will go fine. This fight goes so fast now.
Stand on the butt.
So stack together on his butt.
Ignore your positionals. This is more important.
Zilva,
This is why
please
you have
stack on the butt.
Zilva, come here. You're needed. At the end of this cast, you're needed. It's very important.
Zelda, get your ass up.
Oh, the boss is
And then you
turning.
just move to the side.
1, 2, 3, 4
2,
slot.
3, 4.
Oh,
I did that completely
Sorry,
opposite.
same.
I did that opposite because I was focusing on typing, my bad. I've got 8 stacks of...
Gotta collect them all.
They're candies. Don't tell Raven.
I think I'm being targeted for something.
Perhaps.
Like parties. You need at least 1 person per stack. Spread the stacks a little further, please. It's funny how many times I've done this and how many times I forget what the name, which attack is which attack. Like the names.
And on the butt, we're baiting the line AoEs again. Get away from the middle. There's going to be a circle AoE from that red X.
If it's green, it's a donut.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
You also, if you got knocked in the back, you're gonna get turned into a rock, and we need to break you out.
Look at all these rocks.
Oh, hi there.
Bye.
Elio,
This
right
is
or
the phase
left?
where me and Umino.
Right or left?
I'll take right.
Thank you.
Yeah, I dare defy you.
So you guys gotta just DPS and heal best as you can.
No problemo.
Best way possible to get carpal tunnel.
We can be healed while we're doing this, so
Yeah, I got it.
Booyah.
I got liturgy.
Good
Go.
job.
I had no doubts. I just couldn't see my health bar.
It's okay.
We just see shiny flashes of light. I heard my name about eating something. We're the object for me to eat. I don't... Did we?
I said you're eating. I said you're collecting bone stacks and you're eating them like candy. Don't tell. Don't tell
Oh,
Raven.
okay.
Oh, God.
Okay. Take him one.
Do we need to swap them off, people?
Destroy the magic tech turrets. I mean, we'll be fine because, frankly, because we're over leveled. Get into the open slot between the X's.
We get knocked back when this bar reaches 100.
Good to know.
Yeah. Fortunately, it's not a death wall. It's just a dot wall.
Got you, Ray.
Ow, 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 ow.
I'm gonna just stay on this side.
Ow. I got popped.
You got bought one too many times.
Okay. Shall we try to clean that up a little bit?
Yeah,
I also didn't realize we were swapping to this, so I'm not gonna do Dragoon again. I'm not good at Dragoon.
Do you want me to swap back to Paladin, Ilya, or do you want someone else to tank?
Honestly, the DPS is more important, and we don't need like a DPS or a healer can take the other one because of the level we're doing this at.
So long as someone
So-
can slightly heal the healer.
Honestly, I would say highest DPS. I mean, it's really easy to do this. Honestly, you can do this with 8 DPS pretty easily, let alone.
Do we want one healer just for insurance?
Yeah, we definitely want at least one healer.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
for our group. When I say easy, I mean more it is doable if you care to like get it refined and get it really down. But we care more about going fast.
Do we want me to be a DPS?
I would say go DPS, right? Yeah, I mean, just like we only need one really.
Yeah, it can be healer. Hang on. I need to.
Nope.
It's just a. No, I don't have it. Never mind.
Ruley95, sorry I missed that. Yo, Elliot, I have to ask, do you think Gunbreaker Summoner is the oldest playable job to date? The oldest playable job today would be Summoner by quite a bit, I would assume. Bosnia's history, while dating back pretty far, the actual Gunbreaker profession doesn't necessarily. I mean, look, we don't know how far back Quinton Hilder goes, but I would definitely say Gunbreaker. I would definitely say Summoner, because it just dates back 5,000 years, whereas I would assume Bosnia didn't exist until at earliest 4th Astral Era. That I can think of. Unless, wait, is there actually, wait a second. There's records of Bosnia dealing with Alag, isn't there? I believe. So, ooh, that's a good question. I would definitely think also the practice of Gunbreaker probably wouldn't date till later on in the lineage of it.
Yeah, if I remember.
I'd have to go relook at all the lore. I'd have to look at the lore. Or of Bosnia specifically. Because there are some lines on it.
They do mention, like, they developed gunbreaking specifically to deal with something, but I don't remember what it was.
Yeah. They did it to sort of, I know, count.
To deal partially with the guns that they were, their cannon.
Yeah, so that would make it more, well...
Sorry, to deal with what?
Their cannons.
They have a Thera chemical cannons that they called guns, and that's why they got called Gunbreaker.
Right. So yeah, man, this shows you how much I need to review my Bosnia stuff.
So if the Alag summoner predates the Alag invasion into that area, then Alag summoner...
Well, so here's the thing though, Summoner doesn't come into being until they need to fight Primals, which doesn't come until they really need to fight Marasidia, which doesn't come into the play until after they've conquered the 3 great continents. So in theory, Gunbreaker should be, in theory, if it was developed as a countermeasure to Alag, right? Then it would make sense that their conflict would have taken place before the battles in Marasidia. And Summoner is also a pretty late Allagan role. So there's reasons to think that Gunbreaker... I guess it also depends if you mean Gunbreaker as a disposition as in the gun weapons at all, or if you're talking about Gunbreakers in terms of... okay, this is why we stand on the butt. He's gonna swipe behind him. 1, 2, 3, 4, swap. It depends when you mean it like Gunbreaker as a crystal in a practice, you know. Well, you know what? E3 comes out in like a month, and that'll probably tell us for sure.
Does it really come out in a month?
Yeah, like 19th or something of this.
Shit.
I need to pop my Twitch
When did they announce that?
A long time.
A while ago.
Oh.
They announced it a while ago. I just didn't know that they had an actual release date.
Yeah, I didn't oh god.
That's like 5 stacks.
Yep. December.
Oh, that's right. It's November already. Shit.
Yeah.
Can I pop out chat? Oh, okay, cool. I can pop out the chat and just be able to see it.
I should double check to see if I pre-ordered it, if that was even.
It is.
I should probably pre-order a second one. I have like 3 copies of all the books now because of various reasons. And it's actually really funny, the ones that I first bought versus like the newer ones, like the level of dog-earedness that one has versus... And it's also just slightly different materials because I have 2 that are first editions and 2 that are... and the other ones are second editions. So if you see a red X, he's going to have a circle around him, a circle AoE damaging, blah, 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 blah. If it's green, it's a donut. Okay, so get away from him, but also be ready to be knocked back.
Oh.
Ow.
Uh-oh.
Got a spread. So Ignis is a spread.
Shit, okay.
And that hits even.
I didn't expect everyone to go to my side. That was my bad. Yes, there is, however, no record of Gunbreaker until, if I recall, 4th Astral Era. You know what? After stream, why don't we go look into it? I'll look up all the text on Gunbreaker and we can find out together, because I think that sounds very interesting. Shadowbringers theme, we're having a good time. Endwalker theme, we're hoping in the face of oblivion. Dawn Trail theme, ding 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 ding, it's party time. Get on this northern side. He's gonna swipe. 1, 2, 3, 4, swap.
I don't know where I'm going for that.
You need to, look where he's facing. When he casts that, he'll swipe in front of him 4 times, then turn around.
Gotcha.
So he's always gonna strike the north or south 4 times, and then strike the other side once. All you have to do is look where he is, stand on the middle line between the two, and then swap sides. Okay, get into light parties. If in doubt, you can use the triangle on over Umino.
With everything that's going on, I can't even see it.
Do you have like all?
I have them reduced. Not off, but reduced.
Also, I like your pirate glam, Umino.
Thank you. It was for Halloween.
Are you sure it wasn't just trying to look like Viper?
That's what it initially was, and then the boots that are literally like the boots that the Viper is wearing can't be worn by scouting, so it's like, okay, well.
That's stupid. Okay, so he's reinforced gun shield. He's gonna do a charge. So look out if it's red. We gotta spread from the center, but also spread from each other. Green, get in the center. Don't attack the shield. You look for his shield, do not attack. It's front back. You can only attack his sides right now. Okay, you're good. You don't want to stand on the tank. He will cleave you.
Beautiful. Yeah.
Your health went down to like a tenth, and you're like, yeah, it's fine.
This is
I'll
fine.
survive.
Only because I survived.
How did I not get a triple try card from Hades that entire time?
Yeah,
That's
none
a
of them
good
came
question. Wow.
Okay, let me check. Okay, cool. No, we still got time. Let me, while I'm waiting for Des, I'm gonna pull up the.
Oh, we're out.
Oh, you're out. Okay, cool.
We were waiting on people to roll loot.
I need to make that. I need to make a Bajia video. I told myself I wasn't gonna worry about learning Bajian lore very thoroughly because I was gonna make that video, and then I never got around to it. Gun. Let's see if I can look up Gunbreaker. This is how I get my challenge in. I'm gonna do this fight while also looking up Gunbreaker stuff.
Butt time.
Waiting to move. Stand behind him, so you want to be on the northern side. 1, 2, 3, 4, swap.
Yep, I was in all the wrong places. That.
No worries. But yeah, that's why you also got to go off to the side to make sure you're not near the X's, because those will still cleave you. Sidus or Sidus or whatever it is the tank buster, and you don't want to be on the tank for that one, as it can cleave. Light parties.
My third
I
eye
can
literally
heal
saved.
myself.
My third eye literally saved my ass there. Oh, hi,
That's good
Umino.
recovery time.
Oh, hi, it's me.
I didn't know you were in this cutscene.
I love the ways that you can fuck with the cutscenes, like with Ruby Weapon, for instance. I mean, the fact that there were... Oh my god, this... Man, I can't believe I don't remember anything about Bosnia.
I'm just going off of the Gunbreaker quests, yeah.
Yeah. I haven't played that since... When was the last time I played the Gunbreaker quest? The last time I played the Gunbreaker quest, I might have technically started it on LEO. The last time I remember, like, that I have any memory of playing it was when Shadowbringers was new in 2019. Oh my god, that was almost 5 years ago.
I played it last week.
Fred? Okay, that would explain why you remember.
Yeah.
Okay. Feel a little better.
That AoE is a lot bigger than I thought it would be.
Yeah, whenever there's a spread mechanic in this game, basically assume the size of Varus's hitbox, maybe times 1.5. Like Diamond Weapon and Memoria are both pretty big.
Hey, my dot's still on him. Now it's not.
What if it dropped a mount?
What if?
What?
It drops a random quib.
I rolled a 1 on 2 separate coffers.
I rolled a
Congratulations.
69.
I hate this. I hate everything about this.
Nice. Do you still need armor?
Do I?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever gotten something from this. I don't have any of
Oh, okay. Well, are people rolling who don't need it? Because I'm passing.
I've been greeting.
Okay.
I now have one of each. So.
I have sets, so I can pass if people really want them.
Yeah, I've done this like a couple times, and I don't think I've ever gotten a drop from it. Which is
You can also buy totems. You can buy the armor with totems.
Yeah. But I haven't done this enough to have gotten to that point.
Okay. They're usually...
Do you get 2 from doing these, or 1?
Pretty sure 2.
Okay.
Yeah, I have 6, so and we've done it 3 times, so I think that makes sense. Okay, guys, let's get him clean.
No problem.
Also, food check. If you're a melee, just use point north. I guess it doesn't matter. You got it. Y'all know what to do.
For this mechanic.
Okay, be ready. Pay attention to what side he's facing. Get on the north side. North. 1, 2, 3, 4. Swap. And get away from the X's. Get away from the X's. Okay, get ready for light parties.
I'm gonna die.
You're good.
Thanks.
You're good. You only need one person to with you.
It just didn't look like anybody was gonna make.
I'm watching.
Thank
I'm
you.
looking for who's got the least people and going there.
Oh, it's a party.
Is that the Asphodelos sword, Dest?
Yeah, P4S.
Man, those look good. The fucking sword and shield and Dark Knight sword for that look so good.
They are very pretty.
It's like a broken
really want to do P4S again, just for glam and for the mount.
Well, let's do it.
Yeah.
Instead of a knight.
if we have another night where people don't want to do what we want to, if we have another like rando night like we did with Isago.
Yeah, like with the what we did with the E12.
Yeah.
Make sure to get close to him if the charge goes off, because you will get knocked back. And you also want to be on the intercardinals as opposed to the cardinals, because that'll give you more room to be knocked back in. Get in behind him. 1, 2, 3, 4. Swap.
Damn it.
You have to look at him. He swaps.
I know.
When I say behind him.
I know when
he has to...
I think saying go behind him is throwing me off because I'm assuming that he's always facing north.
Yeah.
Okay. What's the most useful way to call it?
I think I just need to pay more attention. I rolled another fucking 1. I'm gonna.
What if we say like stack north or stack south, relative to the arena?
Yeah, does like north-south work?
Yeah, relative to the arena would probably work better. Like go north or south rather than just say go behind him, because I'm
honestly, I would prefer that anyways, but a lot of times I say north and people get mad at me because they're like, I don't know what north is.
Oh.
And the arena looks the same.
Yeah.
If you put like an A at the we have a bio. If you put an A at like where north is to help orient people, maybe.
I got one. I got gloves.
Well done.
Shit.
Okay, yeah, take 5 for a second. Let's look up that gunbreaker stuff while we wait. Oi, fancy meeting here, blah, 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 blah. Sophie, Radovan.
I fucked up.
Oh, did you not mean, you didn't mean to do it on White Mage, did you?
I did not. I got overzealous. And I'm like, oh, I finally got one.
It's
and
all
I opened
good.
it, and now I got these shitty gloves that I don't want.
We'll get you the gloves you need.
Oh
my god, there's so much text. Really a fistful of good. See if I type in Bozja, will take me to. A place called Bozja was early destroyed and growing experiment gone wrong. Do you happen to remember what part of the Gunbreaker quest he talked about the history of it? Strange to go after a pair like you. Kill for the Empire, were never done so willingly. Me not as scarcely, though, and scare person by garbage. To my queen, but in the end I couldn't protect her. I couldn't protect anyone, not even my wife and son. I'm gladly giving my life for theirs if it's not to be. Oh, what it takes to become a breaker. It seems my gunblade has caught your eye. You may have seen Garleans wielding something similar, but this is the genuine article. One used by the Empire, simply edged weapons with firearms bolted on, or vice versa. While they have their uses, the pale in comparison to the Clan Forge Regeneration gunblades you to ethereally imbue cartridges. When you pull the trigger, the power quickly ignites the fire that sends powerful shockwave through the blade, increases destructive capabilities. Okay. You must be the one sent from your Revenge Guild. Theater. Welcome back.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All of it's at the start. Thanks, Zilva. That's weird. I'm not seeing... Yeah, the first set of class quests was all history. That makes sense. God, there's just... Trying to read this wall text while also trying to talk to you while also thinking about stream is a mind-bending problem. Okay, give me a second. Making of a gunbreaker. But it takes me on gravity. It seems like Gunblade's caught your eye. I'll teach you Gunbreaker. Do you wish to become a Gunbreaker? Now the Gunbreakers Eld have yielded a portion of their wisdom. You're ready to take the blade in hand. Rather than spend moons training you, perhaps we best find employment first. We can use the time assignments to range. You've learned all the Gunbreaker action traits level 60, blah, 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 blah. Forgive me, I need my answer. Okay, here we go. Not quite the conclusion I was expecting, but a satisfactory one nonetheless. I must say you've acquitted yourself rather well, Warrior of Light, and normally driven us the bear. It takes a lot longer for novices to grasp the fundamental differences between gunblade and regular sword. It was originally developed by the people in the Third Astral Era. So, okay, so I was absolutely wrong. You guys were definitely right. I don't know what I think I was just thinking of Ivalice is what the problem was. My brain was conflating those periods of time. The march, well, I guess Ivalice's ambiguity about its period of time. The march of the Allegan Empire had driven us to the barren wastelands where even survival was a constant struggle. Our Queen Gunhildr was closely guarded by loyal soldiers known for the unique swords they wielded. These loyal vassals were known as Gunhildr's Blades, a name that was abbreviated and applied to the most distinctive of their weapons. The Gunblade, meanwhile, the Allegans were developing firearms capable of launching projectiles over great distances, as they were similar in appearance to our gunblades. We refer to these weapons as guns, in terms which is now commonplace. And so effective were these new weapons on the battlefield, the Queen's Guard decided to specialize in smashing through the enemy lines and destroying them as swiftly as possible. Thus they become known as the Gun Breakers. Even after the fall of the Allegan Empire, even if that means entrusting us, yeah. So, is my duty that the art of the Gunbreaker lives on? Yeah. So I would say it emphatically then that the Gunbreaker must exist, come into being before, because Summoner should have, in theory, come into play in late Allag, which would have been before the conquering of the three. Well, the three great continents would have been conquered because Xande should have come into play, right? But like the Meracidian campaigns are really where the Summoner became more of a thing, as far as I remember. Give me one quick second before we start, guys. Sorry. There's a page on. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, was all the Xande conquering after his resurrection?
Yeah.
So what did he do during his first term? Just kind of chill.
That's a great question. Let me try to remember real quick. Sorry, my brain's a little bit scanned. Let's just pull it up, the part in E one that talks about it. The communities which emerged in the aftermath of the calamity of fire. You're assuming the greatest minds in history. New discoveries in science and technology were being made each day. Civilization was advancing the rate unseen in previous two astral eras. And at the forefront stood a man who had seen the civilization reach the far corners of Hydaelyn. Maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong. Considered by many of the geniuses in his own right, the highly ambitious Xande used his uncanny intelligence charisma to build a nation that was founded in science, did not deny the magic of the Second Astral Era. Those few descendants of the priests and witches of the Second Astral Era were welcomed, given a place where they might hone their skills and wield them for good of the people. As Xande learned more of magic's potential, he assigned many of these mages into his newly formed army, where they were unmatched strength in the battlefield, allowing the young leaders to subjugate neighboring lands with limited Allegan casualties. In less than a year, Allag was the largest nation in Eorzea, and Xande crowned himself emperor. Xande knew he would not live forever. Xande forced the growth of the empire by dispatching armies to the far corners of Ilsabar and Northpart. Okay, wait. Okay, so it looks like at the end of his life he did. Xande knew that he would not live forever. He was not about to allow his life's work to come to naught upon his passing, so he carefully groomed his offspring to carry on his legacy. As a result, in the years subsequent to the first emperor's death, direct descendants of Xande's fostered the growth of the empire by dispatching the armies to the far corners of Ilsabar and Othard. Wait. No. Okay, so I was right. Subsequent to the first emperor's death. So after he died, his descendants conquered them. That's what. Okay, because I was like, I don't think he was part of the conquering of them. But the great continents were conquered after his death. Did not hang. So, and that would have been quite a bit of time before his resurrection. Would have been quite a bit of time before that. So yeah. If we look then at Summoner, at the Soul Crystal for Summoner, right? Paladin, Monk, Warrior, Dragoon, Bard, Ninja, White Mage, Black Mage, Summoner. A civilization founded in the early years of the Third Astral Era, the Allegan Empire continued to expand even after the death of its first ruler, Emperor Xande. With the resources of a vast domain of conquered nations at their command, the Allegans made great strides in the field of theochemical science, enriching the lives of those nestled within the Empire's embrace. For many, however, Allag's rule meant not more than invasion and tyranny, a suffocating yoke which they sought to cast off with the might of primal deities. As these clashes dragged on, the summoning ritual of the oppressed grew more desperate, skewing the land's ethereal balance even further away from equilibrium. It was during these conflicts that the new breed of mage arose, who could transform the stolen essence of the primals into biddable allies, etheric servants known as Eggies. These were employed to great effect in war against the summoned divinities. The Allegan's people named these arcane adept summoners in honor of the victories and showed them with praise and showered them with praise and flame. As the age wore on, however, the Empire saw the emergence of mages who, made bold by their virtue of unsurpassing power, began wielding summoning magics to further their own ambitions. That would go along with the decay. So this would imply that the summoners arose in roughly in the same period of time as Gunbreaker. At least they arose not during the Meracidian campaigns, but potentially earlier, which to me would highly imply, and also the fact that their decadence, the when Allag fell to decay is when the summoners fell to decay, that their existence definitely predates that, and is basically around the time of the conquering of the three continents. I would then suggest, though, that Gunbreakers exist, or at least not Gunbreakers, Gunblades, but maybe not Gunbreakers exist before Allag had summoners. But Gunbreakers as a position must have come after, because they only arrive when they come into conflict with Allag, because the term Gunbreaker only comes into being when the Allagans use guns and they break the front line with Gunbreakers. So, Black Flame, good to see you, glad to have you. Okay. Shall we actually continue? Thank you all for humoring me.
Sure.
No worries, we were just slowly starting a dance party.
And when you were saying you
That's how we'll
confused it with Evilise, were you saying that Evilise was definitely the fourth?
No. We're saying that we don't know when Evilise was, and I postulate that the fourth would be a time period that would make sense. Okay. I for some reason thought we didn't know the antiquity of Bosnia, which I guess technically speaking we don't necessarily still know. We just know that they were existent at least at the time of the fourth or the third. But yeah, Evilise is kind of a black hole. Get north, northwest. 1, 2, 3, 4, swap. So he also aims himself at one of you guys. So if you guys run out from behind him early, he will potentially go a different direction than north or south. So you basically want to wait until he does a Lea Acta Est before you start moving. And remember that you have plenty of time until the X's go off. Light party? God damn it, I told myself I wasn't gonna sing.
I see everyone's now stacking. Where comes the party?
There we go. Everyone wants their 5 minutes of fame. Okay, sorry. You know, what were you saying? Laffy, how you doing? Some spreads are much smaller and some are much bigger than standard. Okay, fair enough. That would, yeah. Diamond is deceptively large, yeah. There's, however, can you teach me that fight? Yeah, which fight? P4S, Loki? Is that the one you were wanting to learn? I can absolutely teach you that. Basically, don't get STDs.
I mean,
that seems like everybody.
For the first act, yes.
Man, people better be ready to know NES for Savage, cause callouts work so much better when it's direction-based off rather than boss relative. Yeah, agreed. Okay, they were created at the end of the Third Astral Era as the Hrothgar of Southern Ilthbar fought the Allegan Empire. Yes, Gunbreakers for sure were. However, Gunblades may have existed prior.
I missed
Running.
whatever that one.
I got you, Umino. If it's a red X for that, out and away. If it's a green X, you get in.
Umino also has a.
I have no idea what.
Umino has a macro that they're doing.
Cool. You can also look at chat. Because Umino actually comes prepared, unlike me, who wings it. Oh, goddammit, Umino.
A little
God.
You don't need.
I'm rolling better. I got a 2.
To say I'm passing on everything now just so that you can get it.
Yeah, hands.
What do you all need together, Chris? What stuff?
Literally everything.
Okay.
My greed roll was a 97.
YOLO for life, DPS adjust. I just need Helm. Okay, if Helm pops up, let Z get it. And yeah, and then Chris, feel free to need on anything you need.
If I can at least get like pants, because now I have a chest,
nope.
boots, and gloves.
No pants.
Oh, okay.
In T, you don't get pants. Pants never drop.
Wait.
This is a fact.
I got.
Wait, no, there's pants.
No,
yeah,
they never drop.
I
got
literally have a
legs.
coffer right now.
Yeah, me too.
Guys, I'm making a joke. You guys, do you not remember?
Oh,
so we've done a bunch of like Evilise and near runs, and like pants would just never drop.
I wasn't there for that.
And that's just one
Sorry.
person. That's just Vesico.
We went from Elio questioning the sarcasm to everyone questioning Elio's sarcasm.
This is the problem, is that like the second I try to be sarcastic, everyone assumes I'm serious.
Yes.
And then when I'm taking everybody at face value, everybody's like Elio, we're just joking, dude. Like, okay, just put /s. It's hard to read text.
Just a prank, bro.
Also, I'm hungry. Guess what I have? I have Eorzean Popoto chips.
Awesome.
And they have
you
a
still have
Spriggan
them?
on them. Yeah, I got more of them.
That good.
It's just Spriggan on it, but instead of holding a crystal, he's holding a potato chip.
There you
Oh my
go.
gosh. That's
They have
amazing.
thought of
love it.
every.
That's really cute. I've always felt iffy about the packaging with Tartaro on it for those chips.
Yeah. So behind him, and then stay behind him even after the X's appear. I will actually do actual callouts. Stay. Everyone move to north on the 1. 1, 2, 3, 4. Swap. There you go.
I'm just gonna vibe over here.
Don't stand on the tank. One, 2, 3, 4. Okay, get out of that.
I didn't.
Make sure you're
Light
standing
parties.
outside of the circle on the ground. That whole place gets a circle AoE. Like that.
Oh.
Oh god, oh god, oh god. I forgot to press buttons.
Oh my god. Panic.
Just zoning out.
No, my potato chips. I had to
Oh,
get them
no.
open.
Not the Popoto chips.
Oh, I actually had aggro on that at the end there.
Okay. Make sure to look for what color the X is. If it is red, get out and away from each other.
When in doubt, look at
But
party chat.
Yes. If it is green, get in, but watch for which side of himself he makes a shield on. There's also this, which is just, don't die.
What? I don't know what to do with this.
Don't die.
Okay. What was blue? Oh, that didn't happen yet.
Okay, get close to him. He's gonna knock everyone back.
Is he gonna do it?
Get in, A. Get on A. 1, 2, 3, 4. Swap. Sorry, I was not expecting just to have to do that again.
There's 3 different sets of mechanics that can happen based on what kind of gun shield he does. Electrified,
okay.
reinforced, or loaded.
And the little tech bots are one of the 3. The red and green are the other 2.
Okay.
I just, every time I do that, I almost never get that one.
Yeah. What are we doing with these coffers?
We're just trying to get Chris a full set currently.
Yeah, I have all of these, so I can't have another in my inventory because I didn't open the last ones.
So yeah, so anybody can roll on them. Just roll greed. Just go ahead and roll greed. The only thing is, Zelda also needs the helm.
After we're done getting people what they want, did we want to step into seat just to teach people seat?
Sure. If the helm doesn't drop, by the way, I think it's only like it's not a lot amount of totems to be able to grab the armor. So by now you should have enough totems to grab it.
Oh, that's true. I mean, we could swap over to something else then.
Cool.
So
I think it's 12 total. We should have 12, I believe.
I say we have 12 exactly.
Exactly 12.
So we can swap over to seat now just to teach people seat.
Yep, I just gotta grab seat sacrifice real quick.
I haven't had many mounts drop.
Yeah, that's the other thing too.
What?
Well, at least with people, with us teaching you them, it might be helpful later. Either with other T people or if you're brave enough to brave Party Finder.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, and if you want to do Party Finder, at least having a clear on it too will mean that you can join a clear party. Dude, I know I've grown up in the Midwest and with it getting dark real late or real early before, but for some reason it's been throwing me off particularly lately. It's 7:30 and it feels like 11 to me.
Welcome to the Northeast.
Yep.
Not gonna lie, Ellie, you got a really good contemplative face. Not real world me, just obviously my character. Although the idea of talking to myself like that does sound
I was
funny.
about to say, wow, look at me.
Wow, just pat yourself on the back. If we do seat.
Oh my god, I'm just now noticing that there are pumpkins in the tree.
Oh yeah, like hanging decoration.
Well, there's hanging ones, and then there's ones in between
what?
the branches.
Like,
Yeah.
wedged in the branch.
I didn't see that either.
Spend how much time here?
Damn. They fucking went hard with the Minstrel's EX on Seed of Sacrifice.
Oh.
Yeah. Seed of Sacrifice, now accessible. Oh, do we get to listen to The Edge?
Yeah.
Fuck yeah. Umino, you might remember this one better than I do, or Dest. Anyone who does.
The only
Just
thing
I know I could remember it as I go, but
the only thing that I think we'll need is clock positions and then relative spread positions.
Yeah, because we got comets and stuff, right?
Yeah.
We also might need light parties for LB2.
Yes.
And then, yeah, partners for meteors.
Yeah.
LB3.
So it ends in unceremonious silence. Word of light, Elidibus.
Oh, I think
we might need to hop out and I go healer. So
yeah, I was just about to say we would probably need 2 healers because healers get targeted for LB2.
For
right.
Our word, I will strike you down.
Yeah, let's rectify that.
What do we need? Just one tank?
No,
we need a standard comp.
I'll leave this tank.
Yeah, that's kind of the hard part about Cedar Sacrifice is that you do pretty much need a typical.
Do we have a second tank?
Yeah.
Okay, and there he is. Okay.
Yeah.
I was that way accidentally, and well, I'll just stay that way.
Don't question it.
I'll stay
I feel like you played everything today, I think, right?
Yeah. Which I'm fine with. I enjoy playing all of it.
Good.
I was surprised that I enjoy tanking as much as I do.
Good. I always find I feel like tanking is one of those things that people have a perception of being very scary, but in reality is much more approachable than.
I've never healed this fight, but it shouldn't be too hard.
It's not that.
Oh, I should have been Astro. Whatever, doesn't matter. Let's do
somehow
clock.
we'll manage.
Healers need to be in a.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
Ray, so you're south.
And then so
off tank is always south.
Where?
So risky off. So
Off,
Ray, you'd be south.
Off tank is south. Healers are east-west.
And then do we want to do?
So for anyone who ever is going to do, just real quick, for anyone who's going to do savages in the future, pretty much near universally, main tank will be north, off tank will be south, and healers will be east-west.
Yeah.
And then melee will be southeast or southwest positionals.
Zilva, Alethea, you can swap if you want. Good practice on what you can expect for extreme and above. This is because of positionals, which might not exist in the future.
So, which way are we pairing up? For
clockwise?
Everything clockwise. So I'd be with Neri.
And me and Zilva.
Yeah. So Neri, if you want to collapse on
or
me.
take clockwise.
Yeah.
The goal is to have pairs in corners.
Yep.
Yes. So Neri, you and I are gonna go all the way over here for pairs.
Yep. Oh. Really stack tight in that corner.
Yes. It's very finicky.
So yeah, me and Zilva will be at 3. Risky and Elio at 2. Justin and Ray at 4. And then Risky and Umino at 1.
There's quite a few things to remember. Do we want to go over anything, or do we want to just kind of wing it through the first round and then answer questions?
That's pretty much all we need. And then if we want to do light parties, then that's it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
We do light parties.
It's just our pairs, but
yeah,
two
with
pairs
another
each.
pair.
Yeah, so Neri, you'd be with Uminonas.
Oh yeah.
We're rotating clockwise.
That's why we would do supports counterclockwise, so our pairs match our light party. That doesn't matter.
Nah, I think it'll be fine like this. I'm gonna do the numbers just to, oh, you got it?
Yep.
So remember what light party you are. That number is your light party. You go to that person who has the number over their head.
And then besides that, it's really just the imbue mechanics that he does that just need to be known.
Okay. Oh, I'm sure we could get away with it, but this will make our lives a little easier.
Yeah, having the 2 healers
go ahead and
the LV2 easier to deal with.
For learning purposes, this is what you would probably see in a party finder environment. It's likely that you can optimize past having to do mechanics.
Yep. He is just gone. Yep.
Relative spread.
Spread to your clock position.
Your demise will be
All right.
Corners.
I am so sorry. I saw you over there, and
I was in the wrong place. Don't worry. I'm used to other things.
Or
So we want to be positioned in our clock.
Positioned in our clocks? Okay.
Yeah, clock
Yeah.
positions.
Yep.
And keep moving.
We will want to keep moving, and we'll want to be in the hitbox,
Inside his hitbox.
moving on
Maintain
clock.
clock positions.
Okay.
LV2.
gleaming steel.
Follow Dorito. We will have to stack. Or there is no Dorito. Follow the healers.
Follow 1.
Oh,
We're
right,
going
this thing.
West stack. After this, we get into our light parties.
Yep.
Light party 1 is on the west. Light party 2 goes across to the east. This is another case where a healer can survive with stacking with just one other person because of gear progression, but may as well do the mechanic right.
Add phase.
DPS, when you get a flare marker, go to your meteor corner. Tanks and healers soak the tower. These adds have to be separated from each other, so Nerea, you have to take yours west.
Do what?
Pretty far.
Just take your tank to the wall. To the wall you're nearby.
DPS to the corners. Tanks and healers to the towers.
Uh-oh. Something killed me.
I can res.
I am salvation.
You ready for tank LB3?
Mm-hmm.
Mankind's first hero and his final hope. For victory, I render up my all. You still stand.
Now DPS him the fuck down.
Zoomies.
Yes, I use zoomies for mitigation purposes.
Easy summon him.
Run away from the limit break 4 is what you're saying?
Oh, black and white mage. This is
We might need to go to our corners. No, just do
Tower
2 people per
first.
tower.
Yep.
And then once you've done a tower, go to another tower.
Yay. Nice.
Or kill him. That works
Or
too.
kill him.
Death is also a solution.
Crafting material.
Gun of light.
Just a straight up gun.
Can we talk about how they made Themis look like his Warrior of Light? Like, look like
Yeah.
he has the hair and everything.
Yep.
The hair and the eyes and the...
It's very beautiful.
I don't think I've ever even seen a plate of light drop. I got a 1!
Nice.
I'm number 1.
No, that's
There.
me.
Because you're
Because I'm healer 1.
I was trying to come up with a way to
Uno.
try to say uno out of umino.
Mi uno.
Mi uno.
Uno mino.
Uno mino. Okay, next time you make an alt, you have to name them that.
I have a naming convention. 5-letter names that start with U.
Y'all know what to do. I'll just do it correctly.
Do you know what you're asking?
This battle shall be.
Oh, I gotta turn on the FC buffs. They must have faded while we were fighting. To the window! To the wall!
You're not pairing,
I'm glad
not
that's
pairing
rolled
yet.
off on you.
Cardinals.
Locked.
Yep. Clock spots.
Cardinals. Clock spots.
Pairs the corners.
Now we go pairs.
After it goes boom, you can start heading back in.
Yeah.
Be gone, spawn of shadow.
Let's see what's you doing this time. Stone.
Earth
Clock
means we
spots?
want to be on clock. And we keep moving.
Refulgent ether.
In.
Strike my
In.
foes.
Get inside its hitbox and keep moving. For anyone who wants to learn how to read it, his sword is what tells you whether you're in or out.
Warriors of light.
At face.
Take the ads further outward from where they spawned.
Over here.
You can just go directly east-west. Okay,
Away from
AC
me.
healing to the towers.
Oh,
It just needs to be 2 people in there also.
I don't know what keeps
Does not
going.
need to be.
The tethers away. Sorry, if you had a Bahama tether. And if they didn't go off, because we went fast enough, but if they did go off,
Mankind's
Point them out.
first hero. And
No.
his final hope.
do mitt if you have it. Idle feint, reprisal, whatever.
For victory, I render up my all.
I have to target something to faint.
Okay, it's okay. We got everyone up.
Passage of arms, baby!
Thank you.
I found my
Yeah.
red healing.
Fucking tank over here holding up the team with limit break 3, 80% reduction, and passage of arms.
Taking it to the limit.
Hey.
Literally.
Also, we did better DPS that time because we skipped the light swords,
True.
so we actually probably have to do a mechanic here.
Shifted years. Oh, it's Dark Knight. We gotta drop those at the corners.
Oh, right, because they're gonna grow.
Yep.
Someone
And
gets a
then
stab,
almost like a
and
red.
someone gets a flare. If you have the flare, go away from the party.
Yep. We have everyone else stacked.
Your demise by beauty. No.
LB2, get your life parties.
East
Or
west.
kill him.
Go kill him if you can.
Oh. I might have gotten clipped by the first one.
Happens.
Wibber.
No.
Nope. I say it enough times, eventually I'll be right.
You say it every.
Also, talking about Shadowbringers moments for a second, though, going back a bit. I mean, no, I know it's patch, but the moment with oh my god, brain. Arbert's Amaro.
Oh yeah, Seto.
Se-
Seto, thank you.
Seto Kaiba.
Yeah. Okay, can you imagine though replacing fucking like using an AI and replacing Seto's voice with Kaiba's voice in that scene?
I don't want to.
I think Yugi, I'll fly for the first time.
Oh my
in a
god.
while.
This battle shall be our last.
Okay.
Hit him. Y'all know what to do. You don't need guideposts. All you gotta do is damage.
I mean, that's literally what I do every time I go into these things.
Why else would you play DPS?
No thought, head empty, go burr.
Lock positions.
Block spots.
Your demise will be ours.
Corners.
You can move in.
Be gone, spawn of shadow.
Stone. Clock positions. Ice, keep moving.
Okay, keep moving.
Effulgent ether, smite
Out.
my foes.
And out. Out, keep moving clock spots.
At least we don't have to deal with quintuple cast.
To me, warriors of light.
Fully adds east and west. Further out in array. Directly west,
Where
not
I'm at.
southwest.
Where I'm at.
Thank you. DPS to corners. Tank
Oh god,
to-
oh god.
Tank to the tower.
What keeps killing
Point
me?
those tethers outward. Try to have it just be one per person.
As long as we kill the...
We're good, we're good.
I don't know.
So why are the killers dying?
I don't know.
Salvation given form. Mankind's first hero and his final hope. For victory, I render up my all.
Can I not do that for my passage of arms?
I was just thinking, those runes look really freaking cool.
Be gone, spawn of shadow.
Confuse. No. Lock positions. And summon. Ninja, so it's gonna be a knockback from the side with the waterfall.
Sounds like a clue.
It's just Thalia all over again.
Yeah.
Don't get knocked into a puddle. Oh, hi.
Airs.
Yeah.
Darkness must
Get
be
there. Somebody's got
destroyed.
out.
Tank buster and should be swappy to invuln it. Oh no, never mind. That's not a tank buster. This is the tank buster.
This is.
Sorry, I missed
Their end is tank swap. Yep. But in this case, it's just
Nope.
tank buster.
Or I can just eat it. It's cool.
Yeah.
I used all my mitigation.
You
just
can-
threw all
yeah,
of it in there.
You can do it.
Kitchen
Tank
sink
buster
it.
with a side of potato chips.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah. It's just a really fat tank buster.
We can probably do a similar thing to La Habrea and Eorzean, where all the DPS attack one of the specters, and we kill it really fast.
Yep.
In groups I've seen, you focus the Dark Knight.
Do we have any idea why Umino and Chris are dying?
Probably something to do with the tank or the DPS flares going into the corners.
No, because those always
Not
went
sure.
off, and then we would die as soon as the Bahamut's show up. But before the tethers.
Right.
So maybe I'm thinking that was doing stacks too close together. Because there's a stack on the tower. But I don't know for sure.
Was there a countdown?
No.
Nope. I can put in the countdown.
Oh.
Oh.
Not quite.
No, I didn't get healed up enough.
Yeah. Fuck.
Yeah, gosh, if only Macrocosmos had gone off.
Back in it. You're good. Nothing happened. Partners.
Partners. Do you want to adjust? Okay, that works too.
Okay, we're good.
Not questioning it. Not questioning it. Not questioning it.
Everybody gets
Perfect corners, no errors.
No.
Clock spots.
Fire. Stop moving.
Red light. Red light, stop moving. Acceleration bomb.
Get inside. Inside, stop moving, clock spots.
It's like that mechanic from Fall Guys.
From now on, that's what people call acceleration bomb.
Oh,
The
God.
Fall Guys mechanic.
Swords.
Follow Umino.
Yep. I have the stack. Right for me.
My soul knows no surrender.
Like parties east and west.
To me, warriors of light.
So you said the Dark Knight Spectre?
Yeah, so the ad on the west.
Okay. Hit this one. Neat.
And he's
I
dead.
like that.
Oh,
You
okay, it
just
still does
remove-
it. What? Okay.
Oh, you're right. It was the stacks being too close together.
That's what I thought, yeah. Which is weird because they were still far enough apart normally, but maybe they just have an absurdly large
Mankind's
area.
first hero and his final hope. For victory, I render up my all.
I can passage of arms too, motherfucker.
It's not as cool though.
Do you render up
Just
your
because I
all?
can't limit break 4.
You still stand.
Okay, so wait. So is the meteor the black mage or the summoner? Limit break 3.
Black Mage.
Black.
Meteor's black. Mage.
Ice, stop moving.
No, keep.
Keep moving.
That's fine, I'm sorry. Don't listen to me.
No, not yet.
There's the summoner. Oh, Bahamut.
Summoner.
Fucking hate
We can just
Bahamut.
kill before
Just
that
kill
happens.
him. Don't let it happen. I don't want to deal with this. Don't make me. I hate
Well, they
Your wish is my command. A 5, a 4, a 3, a 2, a 1. Roll! Thank you.
Hold on, I just want to put the coffer in my Chocobo saddlebag. I'm ready now. Thank you.
Anyone want to do a 7-man innocence? Or a 7 DPS innocence?
That is one we haven't done today, but do people still need it?
I do.
I don't think
Okay.
anyone
I
needs
haven't.
it.
Yeah, I haven't gotten that one.
Okay,
I
okay.
was
I
the
mean, we could-
only person it didn't drop for last time. Was
Oh no!
Oh.
everybody
Oh, wait,
else
right,
got
count
one,
again.
and then it stopped dropping.
Oh.
Oh.
Feels bad.
I don't think I have it either, actually.
This battle shall be our last.
And honestly, Innocence is like the easiest fight.
It
Oh my
really
god, I synced down. I actually think it's a really good EX to teach people. Like it's very approachable.
After this one, I will need a moment. I think I need to grab a charging cord for my headphones.
Yeah, all good.
Corners.
Oh, right, corners. Eh. Here I go.
Don't blow each other up.
We
Get
did
him.
it, It's fine.
Beat up the nerd. He's really just a tiny boy.
Steal his
He's just
lunch
wearing big
money.
armor.
You say take
We're
his
all-
lunch money?
Yeah.
We're beating up a small child. Are we the baddies?
We are not beating up a small child.
It's gonna be clock positions.
Actually, good point. The child is the small child. Is an ancient and
Thousands of years old.
thousands of years old and also taller than any of us, probably.
In clock positions, keep moving.
Good call.
To me, warriors of light.
Focus
I'm at
Dark Knight.
Selk over here. Like, I'm committing mass genocide. Am I the baddie? No, I'm the good guy.
No, really,
'cause they're
I'm
not
not.
really.
I mean, that's all
people.
the Asians really in.
Am I out of touch? No, it is the humans that are wrong.
DPS to your corners. Point the tethers out if you have them. It's not going to resolve, but
Oh,
you know, just in
something
case.
got me again.
Oh,
Not
I have
sure
a case
what
of the
it
being
was.
dead.
I am salvation given.
Yeah, you got both.
Use any mitigation you got?
Mankind's first hero and his final hope. For victory, I render up my all.
I wonder at what point you can eat this without even having to let it break.
Yeah, I don't know. But it sure ain't now.
I have had it happen where at this level someone tried it and it did not work out well.
Probably
You
could try it with
think?
Alexander. Try it with A12S, see what happens.
Imbue light?
A12S you definitely can live. You can solo Alexander.
Without limit break.
Yeah.
Well, I guess right. You wouldn't have limit break, of course.
Ninja
So.
is gonna be knocked back in partners. And fight here.
Just make sure you're not double stacking, and then
No.
don't worry about the partners.
That's I'm a
Oh.
dumbass.
Knocked back.
Oh shit.
You live.
Don't question how the hell that worked out.
That's an in.
I'm questioning
And I believe
everything.
it was imbue holy, so we should. Yeah.
No, not yet.
Oh, L Dragon.
Great lag.
I don't like that.
Ouch.
I totally never realized that he's using Confiteor. That's what the Solemn Confiteors are. It's literally he's using.
Yep.
Oh, I got really excited and then
Yeah.
really sad.
That
4
fucking
item.
hated
Oh.
it.
I have hope. Now it is dashed.
Hope gone.
Well, I want that orchestrion roll.
I think I have.
I can make it, I think.
I definitely can make it.
So
I'm for innocence.
Innocence.
Yep, we're unlocking Innocence. I've never
on,
noticed before the
actually-
entire arena of the in the throne in those traditional Amano art colors.
And
with
we're
striking
doing
blue and
that
gold.
as DPS.
Yeah, honestly,
do
we could
it
do 7
now.
DPS and we'd be fine.
All right, BRB.
Yeah.
Don't mind me.
The Crown of Immaculate Extreme, now accessible.
What happens with the pairs? How do we know we don't blow each other up?
I guess we don't.
Pairs? For innocence? What pairs?
Oh, innocence. Oh yeah, we're fine. You can do innocence with 2 people.
Didn't you do that with like V or something?
Yeah, it's really hard, but you can do it with 2 people.
Neat.
I just think they're neat. Oh, anyone else gonna? Yep, we did that. You are watching. Yeah. I remember like looking at the Discord, seeing you two just hanging out, and then I popped in just to look what was going on. You just were just fighting innocents over and over, trying to get it down. Sounds like a long fight with 2. How long was it? Was it like, did you get to enrage or anything?
We were up against enrage. Yeah.
I guess while we wait, does anyone have any lore-based questions or any like just that they want to bring up or talk about, or does anyone have any I don't know, just like questions like favorite songs or something that we were talking about earlier? I know level 70 at level 70s with 2 is a long fight. Really? Like Susano and stuff? I feel like you could. I've done Susano and Byakko with 2 pretty quickly. Although I bet Shinryu would be a pain.
Yeah.
Byakko only takes a long time because you have to do the skydiving part.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
The free falling.
Free falling.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I also love. I mean, like, it's also interesting because it's really easy to forget that the difference between 6.0 and 6.5, like the level of gear, is almost an expansion level difference in itself.
Thank you, Des. Oh, apparently I already do have To the Edge. Never mind.
Oh shoot.
It was in the most recent Tombstone event.
Oh, that's probably where I got it.
Oh.
I think at this
See if
point
I
then
have-
I need the Shadowbringers Eternal Wind orchestrating roll now.
Actually, if you don't want it, Elio might not have it. If I could potentially.
Yeah, I'm
have
gonna
it
link
from you.
it.
Elio does not have it.
Oh,
Elio does
I
not
also
have it.
don't.
You also don't?
No.
Yeah, I don't either.
That's right.
Oh, then give it to those guys because they're more likely to use it.
Do you have a preference, Chris or Neri?
You can take
No.
it, Mary.
Okay, thank you.
Fight to the death for it. That's the only reasonable option.
I concede.
You can only concede
Yeah.
your life.
Okay. Bye. I'm dead. You win.
Whatever.
The timing on that was so perfect. I looked up from my items just to watch your character fall back in okay, perfect timing falling back. Oh, that was really good. That was
Beautiful.
really good.
We need to get the sweepy mode on Elio too.
Yeah, there's a lot of things I gotta unlock.
Or you can just market board it.
Oh yeah, I guess that's true. How much does it cost?
I don't know.
Can't be too bad.
I'm just a
So I think you
literally
get sweep.
defeated
Is
by my
sweep one of the
corpse.
ones you get from Boja?
Uh-huh. I think so.
Okay.
Is it? I don't know why I thought it was from something else.
I thought
I
those were
could be
Because
wrong.
it was
permanent.
from an event, I think.
I could be wrong. Yeah, it could be Firmament.
Is it permanent?
No, I said I think it was on an event recently, which is why it might be cheap.
Oh.
But you can still buy it on the market board.
That's what I'm saying. I think it was from an event
Yeah, but
recently,
because-
which is why it might be cheap.
It's under registerable miscellany. Literally to the right of where you were.
Oh my god, all these
with the
symbols
little
don't
with the
make
little
sense.
mount. The little mount. You just passed it. There
Oh,
you
you meant the category.
Yes.
I'm delayed, okay? I see things. Give me my time, woman. Okay. There's plenty of mounts to buy, too. Antelope staghorn. How much? Oh my god, okay, I'm gonna buy that for...
Yeah.
Oh yes. Does anyone want any of the orchestrion rolls that were available with the last Middle Tombstone event?
If To the Edge is
Yes.
on there. I
Yeah,
could
To
use
the
it.
Edge is on there.
Let's go fix that up now. Come hither. Come to the
I can't.
Take
I have
right,
a taste of
and
death.
tell me which ones you need.
Come to the angel of music. I'm just imagining Umino as like the Phantom.
I need all of the dancing mads.
Great.
I mean, you do wear the mask quite often.
True.
Chris needs to the edge.
I actually need all 3 of those answers to the edge in the final day. Dancing Mad,
Hot,
I don't really care about.
hot damn, you could make a killing with emotes.
Yes, you can.
Okay, so I have a set of Dancing Mad, to the edge.
Hmm.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm just gonna run them myself.
So yeah, you needed to the edge, the final day.
Yeah, really, if I can at least get to the edge, because that one I'll actually probably use.
Yeah, AC, I think in defense, well, not in defensive, but it is worth pointing that I think Halloween as a whole might be the bigger problem for them rather than just All Saints Week. But yes, for those who are afraid of clowns, like, is it Rowan that's afraid of clowns, or is he afraid of mannequins?
Clowns.
Here, have some
Clowns,
catnip.
okay.
Usually clowns.
I know we had someone who was afraid of mannequins.
We've got some trades going on.
Okay.
Well, hang on. Me and Numino
I
are
ruined it
trading.
for you. You're welcome.
Yeah, you can have a rock. I got it myself. Thank you.
Oof.
Oh,
Now are you good?
a jack-o'-lantern.
Fuck, now I want cheesecake. God damn it, guys.
Yeah, that sounds really good.
There you go.
Surprising
Oh,
that
thank you. I
it's
actually
not
do not have
factory.
that.
Yeah. I got 2 of them.
I'm
I
the
don't want
person in
them.
the math problem who gave you 36 pumpkins.
Yes.
If Umino gives you 36 pumpkins and travels 5 miles away at 3 yalms per hour.
What time of day is it?
And how do I get out of here?
Oh no, he's hot.
Oh no, he's hot.
That's the question for the math boss extreme.
Dude, Innocence is a good design.
It really
Fuck me.
is. It's so fucking cool.
Speaking of like moments of Shadowbringers I really like, I really like that the game goes to really cool lengths to not necessarily like in any way redeem whatsoever Vault 3, but like if you pay attention, kind of feel pity, like there never was a chance, right?
Yeah.
Literally from his birth was a sin eater, was raised in environments to see himself as a messiah. Like, could it have been different?
Take those to
Just
the
been
edge.
given a different context.
Take those to
No,
the
that
edge.
was last fight. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I was about to say
God
we're doing
damn it.
Innocence now. Watch out for bow ties.
Oh god.
I remember this.
You want to
Always-
stretch the tether on that so you have more time to dodge out of the way.
I didn't know I dodged it. Okay.
Innocence,
I'm not-
the PvP EX.
I'm not dead, so I'm assuming I did something right.
So some mechanic doesn't count.
Spinny boy. Yep. Oh, okay. Well, I'm gonna go
I'm
over
moving
here.
out.
That was a cool lighting effect. Oh, wow. He's dead.
was only taking us like 4 or 5 minutes with 6 people. So.
Yep. It makes me think like how fast, like what happens when you go into like an ARR EX and you like just stop in and you just walk in and just walking in kills the enemy. Just like you don't even have to swing your weapon.
Yeah, it's damn sure.
Soloing the EXs for like Wondrous Tales on, at least in my class, I can get them down in like 10 seconds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can
but like
solo Ifrit without doing
Ifrit.
the invincibility if you're on like a highly geared dancer.
Mm-hmm. I've done Garuda in 11 seconds.
Yep.
Hot damn. Also, Rowan's here. He showed up right as we came in, so I just whispered him clowns with no other context.
That's not very nice.
Well, no, but like, no, it's not. I guess I was more thinking just about hoping he'd ask so I could explain.
Okay.
Well, now he can't whisper you now that you're in a duty.
Can you imagine someone comes out of a duty, teleports in front of you, just whispers you clowns, then disappears?
Well, that's exactly what happened.
That's what I just fucking did.
That's also like
apparently.
the time when we were in Mordona Death and someone ran up to you and gave you chicken nuggets.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
And then ran away. No context, no explanation, nothing.
They just traded me nuggies and then ran their way.
Never saw them again.
I feel like this remix doesn't get enough credit for how fire it is.
It's pretty good.
Also, I like that the Tank Busters announced with a voice thing.
Yep. I wish that shit was more common.
You want more special cells?
Goddamn.
Okay, maybe not that. Nope, I take it back.
Careful what you wish for.
Finger on the monkey's paw curls.
Made for you, special cells.
What?
Okay, but that one is kind of fun because I like the fact that you get yeeted in the air. And
I'm
have to
assuming
land
You
on
like
a
that
platform.
the tanks get yeeted?
I think it's cool. Okay? Like,
It is.
it's one of those things that, like, I like the interactive stuff like that, like Susano's sword and
I'm
yeah.
assuming this is from Pandemonium.
This is
Yeah,
from
P10S.
Yeah, okay, that's why I don't understand.
So you know the mechanic in P10 when the tanks need to stand at the two towers? Like you know how the two
There's
towers...
Tank Buster for
Remind
two
myself
tanks.
which one P10 is.
Giant spider robot.
Oh, gotcha. Yes.
Did Rowan respond?
Yep. Dude, what? Where? Who? I hate clowns.
Bro.
Oh, bruh.
Sorry
I
I'm not
love
rolling.
you.
I'm trying all these on because they look pretty cool.
Fair. I kept a necklace.
I kind of like the earrings, to be honest.
But yeah, those towers in P10 in the Savage version, you have to like position in them just right and get yeeted to either the left or right platform.
Because when he hits you, you go flying
Yeah.
relative to where the pins are hit into the ground.
I've seen some clips from people doing that Savage where the tanks just get thrown off the edge for if you're not in the right position.
Oh yeah, it's pretty tight. We made a game of it. Every time I would do it, I would pick a different thing to like scream as I was thrown through the air. So like the first time it was different Mountain Dew flavors. Another time it was Final Fantasy XIV protagonists.
Delete
It
my
was
search
different
history.
consoles.
I think he did like Magic and Yu-Gi-Oh cards one time too.
Yeah. Celtic Guardian!
So, when's the secret lair for Final Fantasy characters coming out? For Magic?
Secret. Oh!
Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised because
Did
they're
they-
doing it with just about everything. They just had an official Doctor Who set. Like,
No,
not even a
they
secret
announced
lair.
there is a secret. There is a they are doing a collab thing with Final Fantasy.
Shoot.
Or at least Square Enix.
What's Secret Lair?
Right? Yeah, I swear to God that's actually a thing that's happening.
I feel like that would interfere with the TCG game, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I feel like why would they do that if they have their own TCG?
Cross-brand promotion, baby.
I guess.
Let me think. Let me go find what I'm looking about. DPS adapt.
Oh God, why do you do this to me?
You have been chosen.
Just to make your life hard.
Yes.
Whoa, that was faster than I was expecting.
I'm collecting bone stacks like candy.
Nice.
Yeah, so we got Doctor Who. Yeah, Final Fantasy confirmed. Yep.
Oh.
I know
I was joking. Oh my gosh.
They're doing a Marvel one soon. They've done My Little Pony. They've done Warhammer. What else?
Did they say
D&D?
Did they say Wish Final Fantasy or just Final Fantasy?
Nope, just Final Fantasy.
So that opens it up to more like characters. So.
I would expect kind of all of them. Like when they did Doctor Who, they did all of the Doctors. So.
Mm-hmm. Rowan just responded in the chat.
Listen, to my defense, clowns are creepy. Why would people be entertained by them? I don't understand. I mean,
use some stuff in my inventory to make room.
Cool. Yeah. Do you think the devs would eventually go back and add title cards for all the bosses in older expansions? They'd have to add animations. I don't think so. I feel like if they were gonna, they would have done it already, like when they did reworks and stuff, when they've gone through ARR. But I mean, never say never. The Final Fantasy set is going to be released in 2025.
Oh, so quite a ways
and it's
away.
a temple set. Yeah. Developed a video game. It was released. So you guys remember how big the Lord of the Rings set was that they came out with? That's the level of like support they're giving to this. So it's like it's considered like it's going to be a big thing.
Shoot, that means I'll have to buy another fucking Grahatia card then.
Dude, I've been collecting all the Final Fantasy TCG cards, but I'm dying because the only person I have to play with is my partner, which is great. I wish there was like a tournament, but I wish there was like a tournament around me. It's nice to do like drafts and stuff for MTG.
Yep.
Yeah, the events are pretty scarce.
There's a very similar situation up here where everyone just does Magic, and it's just me and my partner who play together. You have to go to a convention to actually experience like a diverse pool of people.
There was a good group, several groups of people near me who were consistently going to like Final Fantasy League nights. One of my friends was actually really good at it. Went to regionals, did really well, that whole thing.
I feel like there's a possible chance I'm going to have to go to like regional qualifiers as my first tournaments because there's just not a lot of other options.
Yeah, it's kind of the thing. It's not widely played as much as like Magic or
no.
Pokemon.
Well, the problem is Square's just very bad at supporting it. Square has always been really bad at supporting any card gaming thing that they're.
Yep.
Yeah, the big tournaments up here are Magic and Pokemon.
Yeah.
And then
I mean, that's true.
You have a niche pocket of Yu-Gi-Oh, and that's it.
Yep, that's
and that. I mean, that's the vast majority of places.
Yeah.
The town I grew up in, the college town I grew up in, mainly had many card shops, but it literally had 3 card shops that were just dedicated to Magic the Gathering.
Oh my goodness.
That's how big Magic the Gathering. We had I think 2 or 3 of the world judges just in our city.
Wow. Oh god.
Don't get hit by the backdraft.
I will. And you can't stop me.
I mean, I can't, but your death can.
I like to
be here for MTG. To be fair, for Magic the Gathering, second largest market after the U.S. is Japan. Yes, people forget that Magic is huge in Japan.
Oh, I wouldn't.
That's why Kamigawa and stuff happened.
Interesting. I didn't know that.
Kamigawa is basically letting the Japanese market make a set, which is also why it's weird as fuck. And I don't mean weird as fuck because of all the Shinto bullshit. I just mean because everything's a goddamn legendary. Which these days isn't a bad thing because EDH became popular, but I remember when Kamigawa first came out, people were like, what is this? Yeah, it makes sense for them to get the Lord of the Rings size treatment. Yeah. Well, and Magic the Gathering, and Final Fantasy is a pretty big thing. Also, Final Fantasy crossing over with Magic the Gathering may mean that people get into the FFTCG, so that more people get into it because they might get into Final Fantasy after, you know, start picking up. Imagine if someone gets really into, like, I don't know, Waka. What turns out Waka's broken and they create a Waka EDH deck, and then they're like, you know what? Maybe this weeaboo bullshit ain't so bad.
I know my former roommates, who I'm still very close friends with, they go to a lot of conventions, and they have a growing collection of really rare FFTCG cards signed by voice actors.
Nice. Ooh, I should start doing that. So I've been slowly collecting every card.
I think they have like the latest Alphino and Alisaie card. One of them signed by, I forget who was at the last major convention. It wasn't both of them. I think only one of them was there. Oh no, they were both there.
I know Alphino was at a recent one.
Yeah, both Alphino and Alisaie's VAs were at a recent convention, but only Alisaie got like a new rare full art card from the latest set.
Right.
And so that was.
You mean these full arts?
Probably. I don't have the stream up at the moment.
My partner is a lunatic and also literally was like, okay, so they're releasing this Noir set. They released a Final Fantasy Noir set where they like had a bunch of like super secret rare 7 cards. She bought 2 of them.
Great. Amazing.
But yeah, if only they did one of 10, because oh my god, if they did one of 10, because I play a 10 deck and she plays a 14 deck. But I mean, also, dude, the most recent Estinian is stupid.
I read a couple of the cards. They're all pretty stupid. Like, I think the new 14 cards breathe some new life into Scions.
Oh, for sure.
So like,
one of the nice things is, oh sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so I was like, that's definitely going to be making a comeback.
Yeah, one of the nice things too is that it, unlike just power creeping it actually makes a lot of older Scions and older 14 cards really useful. Yeah, so it's not just like, oh, you need just the new cards.
Yeah.
But like, that Estinian can basically attack twice in one turn for like 25,000, not 2,500, 25,000 power.
Yeah.
You just fucking spine shatter dives you twice.
What's the cost for that?
Okay, let me give me a second. I'll find it.
I know the last deck that I built that I played with was a Sky Pirate deck.
Oh, that'd be cool.
A lot of fun.
Titus. That's my Final Fantasy X stuff. Where are these my duplicates? Well, these might be my duplicates.
Oh, I got the innocent card. I haven't gotten any of the new set, but I know my friends gave me a play set of the pre-release promo Xenos card.
Dude, that card's nice, especially because it's a darkness card, so you can actually like slot it in stuff.
It's pretty cool. Unfortunately, I don't have anyone to play anything with anymore, so I've just kind of been like, meh.
Well, I know Des plays. I play. We could like get like a online thing going where like.
I don't know how to play. I have a deck, but I don't know how to play.
Right, but we could teach.
But are you
right?
interested in playing?
I mean, if I have a deck, I would assume.
Yeah.
I mean, we could like create like a once a month night or once a week night or whatever on and then just like Discord call, and then just have our cameras aimed down at our fields.
We could, yeah.
And then we could all meet up and go to regionals or something.
Maybe. Well, maybe not that. I am chained to school for the next 9 years of my life, so.
Jesus Christ.
Both time and money are kind of spoken for.
Well, I will just have to lend you cards. It'll be fine.
Well, I'm not worried about getting the cards. Like I said, my friends get like a case every set.
Nice.
So I can always, bother them to borrow some cards.
Haha, get it, lend. Well played, Umino. For the Estinian, warp 1 for 1 electric.
Oh.
For 1 lightning crystal, first off. He's also 4 to cast, 4 lightning to cast.
Okay, that's...
And he has 8,000 power.
Okay.
He has haste.
Okay, yep, that makes sense. It's on track for it.
And then, yeah. So all Varian vibe, but when Estinian enters the field due to warp, until the end of the turn, Estinian gains Brave, and Estinian can attack twice in the same turn.
Okay.
So, okay, holy shit, just...
Remind me what warp does?
You basically pay the cost, and then you get to summon them on the next turn for that cost.
Okay, so it's just like a
you basically...
summon.
Right.
Got it. I know that was a new mechanic that came out in maybe the last couple sets that I never actually played with before.
I think it was like Opus 18 or something.
Yeah.
And then, okay, so all that, super good, right? But when Estinian attacks, until the end of the turn, Estinian gains 10,000 power and first strike.
And first, oh my god. So he gets everything under the sun.
Yeah, but remember, that stacks. So if he attacks twice, he gets that twice.
Yeah.
So,
honestly,
over here fucking...
That's good. But, like, you definitely need some, like, real good protection for that, because, I mean, even thinking back to the things that I was playing with, there's just stuff that will, like, outright kill him as soon as he comes into play.
Oh yeah, but the problem is the other scions then counteract all that bullshit.
Yeah, that's the thing. I have to see what like the rest of the deck encompasses.
My partner loves Grahatia, go figure, so she plays the Scion deck, even though I'm like, but it's fine, because I play my Final Fantasy X deck.
I played the previous version of the Scion deck with the Crystal Exarch card and Rain.
Yeah!
I played that
was great.
That one was really fun.
One of the other nice things about this new set is, like the old Scions, there was a lot of good like Earth and Ice cards, and there were some like other elements, but it was
fire, but it was like not optimal, not as good.
Right. The new cards for this new set kind of make it so that any element is viable in some way, except for there's not really a good wind that I can think of. There might be some combo I don't know about.
Yeah,
but...
the only wind one that I can think of was like that Wind Earth Ashtola card.
Yep.
I don't really know if there were any other ones besides that.
That's the other thing, is that the dual elemental thing now makes it so that you can kind of even more, like, you could have that wind earth in your deck even if you don't really have wind necessarily as a major component.
Oh, I don't want to be the one with the tether.
Too bad.
Tough.
Says the monk.
I have no ranged attacks.
You can meditate. I guess that's samurai, but you can kind of meditate. You
I
can
have
breathe.
meditation, but I already had my proc for it.
More breathing.
I can't breathe anymore. I'm breathing as in...
Breathe in, and breathe in, and breathe in.
It's like my breathing's on cooldown.
Sorry.
My breathing's on cooldown.
There's only so much I can breathe in.
Hey. Oh, and crafting material. I think that's what that is.
That is what that is.
But was there only 2 people who needed it?
I did, and someone else might need it.
Well, I won something today, so I'll pass on that.
I got it.
Oh, I mean, always feel free to roll. I mean, we're always going to do more of these. Damn, I lost with an 88!
I got a 90.
Ooh. Oh, okay, with all the ones you've gotten today, you deserve that.
That's right. So many ones.
Kamigawa is a godsend for EDH, let's be real. Yeah, I mean, I remember when EDH was just coming up, right? And like it, like before even like the whole Commander versus EDH thing was a thing. Kamigawa was like the set that it finally made Kamigawa very valuable because of all the legendaries.
Yeah, and that's the only version of Magic I play is Commander. I've played the other stuff, but I just can't. At least with Commander, I can like hold on to a deck and not have to worry about needing to change it, like I do with like Standard, with the rotating sets.
Oh, what's funny? Most of my experience playing Magic has only been through Arena.
Okay.
But I do have a Commander deck that I paid one of my friends for, and then never played it.
That's how it goes.
What deck is it? Do you remember what it's called?
I have no idea.
Oh no.
I don't know at all. I've never played it. I got it, and then like I just never had the opportunity to do anything with it.
Honestly, that's why I kind of like preferring. Look, Magic has always been a game about being so broken that it's balanced, because everything there's so many ways to be broken that it feels more comparable. But like mana generation has just gotten out of control to the point that like honestly my favorite way to play is either something like Pauper, where you can only use effectively like commons.
That's interesting.
Yeah, or like drafting, because then it's just more about
it's an
coming
equal
up with
playing
something
field
like
at that point. Or
I really like
more
that
so luck of the
format.
draw.
Yeah, this way you can't fault anyone for getting lucky, you know?
Yeah.
And even if they do get lucky and they get really good pulls, there's still no guarantee that it's gonna work out when playing it.
The cool thing about something like Pauper is that you can still do broken crazy shit. It's just that it's a bit slower. It's a bit more like old Magic, just because it's not quite as broken.
Oh, I thought we were gonna get it again.
I believed. I was led astray. But I got plenty of totems, and I'll take that.
I was lied to.
You lied to me.
I also have one Yu-Gi-Oh deck, which is a Blue Eyes deck.
Nice. Blue Eyes Future Dragon, Blue Eyes Blue Chick, Blue Eyes Ultimate, Blue Eyes Blue Dragon, Blue Eyes Future Dragon, Blue Eyes Blue Ultimate Dragon, the Envoy at the end. But like, there's, oh my god, there's so many Blue Eyes fucking dragons.
I know. Mine was like only contained cards up to like the XYZ monsters. Didn't have anything. It didn't have Pendulum or whatever crazy.
Yeah, I stopped playing before that. I played religiously from when it came out. To like up around tuners and synchros.
That was kind of when it like peaked for me as well. Once they came out with like XYZ and the Pendulum, I was like, I don't like this anymore.
Yeah, this is just. There are some of the cards from that are just hilarious with how tiny their text is and with how much information is going on the card as border.
Yeah. I don't have time to read a paragraph every card.
Well, honestly, there are some cards in Magic that are like that too.
But every card in
but they're
has
not
a paragraph. That's the problem.
Yeah. And the other thing about Magic is that Magic actually went to great lengths to reduce that and like create more evergreen terms and things like that. Yu-Gi-Oh turned the word graveyard into GY, and that's about it.
Yeah, like every time there's like a trample mechanic, they have to longhand write out the entire
They
mechanic.
have to define what trample is.
Exactly, every single time too. There's no like this card has trample, and then it assumes that you know what that means because you read the rule book. No, it's just like it tells you every time what the mechanic
But
does.
it's also, it's kind of ironic though, because of that, what happens is all the people who actually stick around to play it just know what cards are by heart, and that's the only way they ever play.
Yeah.
So like new players are just fucked because of the amount that you would have to read to make any sense of what someone's turn looked like.
Yeah. You have to read a novel every single turn to figure out what's going on.
Also, it's more rare for a game of Yu-Gi-Oh to end in more than 3 turns, or more than 3 or 4 turns, than it is for it to end in 1 or 2.
Yeah, there's like either turn 1 or turn 2 wins, and if you don't have the answer to it in your opening hand, then you just lose.
God.
Also,
dang.
congratulations, we made a new set, and that set has all cards that are 100% more powerful than the current cards, and also there are only 1 to 3 archetypes you can play.
Yeah, their power creep is very bad. Very poorly managed.
It's Dragon Ball Z, but in a card game.
Yeah. It's a mess. Absolute mess.
And I don't...
If you thought they were making bullshit up in the anime, then let me introduce you to the actual card game.
The other thing too is like it's not fun to, I mean, maybe it's fun to the person who's doing it, but it's not fun to just do a turn 2 win on someone.
Exactly. It's fun to the person who's doing it.
But like I feel like
Look,
that's gotta get old. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Sure.
I
first,
would agree.
like,
Yet there are still people playing it. Yeah, I mean, the worst I've ever done is I used to play an Exodia deck, but like it was, you know, you actually had to like do shit, and it wasn't like a turn 1 or turn 2 win. It was just like you had to like play off of your opponent. So it was a lot of like reloading, reshuffling, you know, monsters that were defensive.
Was this before or after they like banned half of the cards for that deck, or limited them?
Probably after, because they limited most of those pretty early on.
Yeah. Pretty sure Pot of Greed is still banned.
Oh yeah, and it should be. It's a 1 card for 2. It's a literally. It's like Black Lotus.
Yeah, the math on that is just unfair.
But there are so much more powerful cards than Black Lotus now.
But
I'm dead.
But there aren't that many cards that are more powerful than Black Lotus that give you the same advantage. 1 card for 3 mana. Okay, so 1 card for 3 mana is a little different. But
there's
usually
Lotus
you still have to
Petal.
engage.
There's the Lotus Petal is free, and you get 2 for that. There's Soul Ring, 1 for 2.
Right, but Soul Ring requires that you have 1. Like the difference. The thing about Soul Ring is it's an artifact that goes onto the board that can be removed, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it gives you 2 colorless, or it gives you 2 of like the whatever the fucking symbol thing is now.
Colorless mana.
Yeah, it is colorless, but now colorless is actually a specific designation rather than just being generic. The thing, especially though in Yu-Gi-Oh, is we need to go. Yeah, no worries, Althea. We can probably go ahead and probably call it here. Anyways, it's getting late here. The thing about just to end the thought real quick. The thing about Yu-Gi-Oh is the difference between a 1 card advantage in Yu-Gi-Oh is probably almost equivalent to basically giving another player an extra turn in Magic.
Card advantage is so much more significant in that game.
Yeah.
Because the game
like,
itself doesn't have a lot of like mechanics that let you draw more cards.
Okay, I see.
Unless you're playing like a very
there's not like
archetype.
blue.
It's not like it's something that the deck has to like be built around. Otherwise,
okay.
Normally than that, other decks don't generally draw in general.
I'm gonna wrap it up here. We've been going for almost 5 hours.
Nice.
Holy moly. This was a lot of fun, guys. Thank you all for joining in. We'll definitely get something going up next time. I know we have a bunch of different event ideas that people have been wanting to do.
Yep.
So if we want to figure out what next week's is, feel free to fire me a message. Otherwise, I can always just do more mounts, because I know a lot of us want to get all of them before Dawn Trail. So that way we can just focus on Dawn Trail when that comes around. Oh my god, Kiko, you're still here watching? Awesome. Thanks so much for watching, and thanks to anybody else who's watching, to the people who have seen the future. I've been Elliot Forsteron. If you want to support us, you can support over at our patreon.com, where you can give us a couple dollars. It goes a long way to supporting the channel. You can also, well, I guess you can't do super chats yet, so we still need more subs on the channel. But either way, Thank you all, and to all a good Final Fantasy 14.
And to all a good night.
And I...
Good night.